Catchy song, elevator music.
Yep.
What's up, Hank? How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good, except StreamYard's broken here. Somehow I checked on my own instance. I could see myself just fine, even in recorded video. And I also was visible in Jack Telcott's show. So I'm not quite sure what the hell is going on.
Maybe you want to try rejoining?
Yeah, we'll try that.
But yeah, we had the same problem last week. Annie's here. Hey, Annie.
Hello. Hi.
How are you?
Good. Oh,
good.
Did Hank get kicked off? Where'd he go?
No, he left. He's coming back.
Oh,
he's
okay.
got the video problem again.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I bet we'll hear a lot about that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He thinks he's a decider.
Yeah, it's funny. What have you been up to?
Yeah, not much. Getting back into civilian life for a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. And still thinking and processing and all that stuff. Going to work, normal stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Here he is. Let's see if it's working, Hank. It looks like something's trying to load. How about you? How's your week?
Good. I finished my sister's cardigan.
Yeah.
I'm really glad it's over. I don't like it. I learned a lot. I really don't like it.
And Does she like it though?
Yeah, she said she liked the colors, and that's something I don't like about it.
Okay.
I don't like the lapel, but it looks pretty normal.
Okay.
So I don't like the way it hangs. I don't know. And if I ask her if she likes it, she'll tell me that she likes it, but I don't know if that's really true. I just feel like I owe her a better cardigan, maybe for her birthday or something.
Maybe. You owe yourself one now.
Yeah. And so I'm finishing this finally. Yeah. And I saw a YouTube video that was, 17 YouTube designer or crochet designers that I like to watch and why. And so I gathered all of those and I've been watching them.
Nice.
And I love that because, like information goes in and then it inspires me,
right.
Know what I want to make. But I came across this girl yesterday and she wanted to make, it was 27 things that she wanted to make in 2026 because she's turning 27. And she was just like really triggering and overwhelming to me because I think she was lead consume and OE, and she seems like an ENFP, but
higher play probably, it sounds like.
Yeah, maybe higher play, but she reminded me of when I was younger and it was triggering and it made me nervous because she was saying like, I'm going to make this and then next I'm going to make this, I'm going to make this. And it was all really elaborate projects. And like, I'm a very prolific creator, but you could not make that in a year. There's no way. And then she was also saying, I had a goal to read a book a month in 25 and I didn't complete it. I assume that's because she's actually trying to read it. Instead of just like listening the way that I do, because I can listen to, 7. And she said, so that goal is going to carry over also. But look at these cute crochet book covers. I want to make these. When I get a book from the library, I can make a crochet cover. It's like these goals are at odds,
right?
And it was just really cringy to me because there's absolutely no way she's going to finish all those things in 1 year.
Yeah, you can already see her crash. Yeah.
Right.
Oh, it doesn't sound like she cares though.
Since I started crocheting, I sort of naturally settled upon this rule for myself that I really am loving. I really feel comfortable with it. In the crochet circles, there's this, on the social media, everyone's like, how many whips do you have? Those are works in progress.
Okay, right.
And people say, haha, like 37, I'm still working on a blanket. I started in 1974, all this stuff. And I kind of settled on this 3 whip rule. and I
Nice.
just love it. This is my third. This is the third. So after
Right.
this, I'm at 0. And I know the one project I'm going to start next, but you know, and then I'm free to brainstorm as much as I want, but only have 3 in progress at
Yeah,
a
it's a
time.
good rule. It's a good
Yeah.
SI rule. Yeah.
Yeah, it feels really good to me. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah. I saw apparently Louis C.K. is back in the, I don't know if you know him.
Yeah, I love him. Yeah, he's
Yeah,
funny.
so he's back doing stand-up stuff. He's very he's very what's it called? Vulgar. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he
Guess
is the most lovable asshole. I love him
Right.
so much, but like, man, he's rough. I heard an interview with him and Terry Gross, and she did such a good job navigating his bullshit, you know?
Right.
It was really good.
What were you saying, Hank?
Yeah, I guess people forgot about some perverted stuff he did.
Or they just don't care anymore.
Yeah.
Honestly, it was perverted, but you don't get canceled over that.
Not after that. That's this last presidency, not at all.
Yeah. I mean, it's within his character. Like, it's not outside of his character what he did.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever. But yeah, so he was like talking about how he hates little shops. I'm like, what is that? He's like, I just don't like them. He's like sharing his FI. It's really weird.
Little shops?
Yeah, he hates little shops.
Like boutique or
yeah,
small?
he walks into a shop and like someone is like, this is all the stuff that I made. And he's like, well, you're really bad at it. Like that's what he wanted to say, but he's not allowed to say it because of social norms.
Oh yeah, like at it, like if you walk through a holiday craft fair, he would be like, "That's stupid. That's ugly."
Right. He doesn't want to go in little shops, and he was like, oh, he had I don't know. He was talking about some theoretical woman who wants to take him into a little shop. And he's like, well, how about we get a divorce? Part of his joke, but it's like, what is that FI like? That hating of something that's so benign and non-threatening. It's just really weird. I don't know. Do you have insight into why you would hate a little shop or something?
I mean, I can feel a little bit uncomfortable because I know the Etsy world and I know the craft fair world, and I know that there are people who like they have these big dreams that they can make it in this business, and it's so hard. I mean, it's just really the profit margin and the amount that people are willing to pay when there's a lot of cheap, you know, Chinese stuff. I mean, like they have knitting machines, industrial knitting machines. So why are you going to pay $300 for a hand knit sweater? You know, people are not willing. They don't understand why things cost so much. And so when I go into a little shop or a little kiosk like that, sometimes I just feel it's like I can feel the hope of the person.
Right, because the person who's selling it is the person who's making it, and they're looking how you're judging their work and stuff like that. Yeah.
And they've taken great risks to have this lifestyle, you know, and I might love their stuff, but I can't afford it. And then other things they put, you know, a lot of time into, and I don't really like it. And I feel guilty about that, you know.
So that's why he probably hates it. Yeah.
It feels just socially uncomfortable.
It shouldn't be that weird. There was a guy who bought a banana for $6.2 million. So buying a handbag for $30 isn't super strange.
How do you get a hold of a banana to sell like that? What's up, Sean? We got Sean coming on.
Oh, cool. Yeah, that was just, I remember that story. It was just like this absurd thing.
Cool.
Sup, lads?
What's up? We're just hearing about how Annie's week was.
Again. Yeah, I was hearing it. Pretty cool.
Yeah.
Oh, and one thing I was thinking about was the new food pyramid of you know, that RFK rolled out, and how like I actually agree with it. So it flips it all upside down and says you should eat less carbs, you know, especially less carbs. Like don't eat sugar and don't eat those super low value carbs, you know.
Oh, he was making a new priorities for food.
Yeah. And then in terms of, he's saying like eat more red meat and dairy, whatever. I don't know about the red meat part, but the whole milk dairy, do not eat fat-free yogurt. It's not good for you. I really don't think that it is. But it's like also you have to look at the whole picture. And I was thinking about how you were talking about the whole climate thing and how there's this like just really myopic view, the myopic understanding of climate and not looking at the whole picture. And that's how I feel about the the cardiology stuff, that it's a myopic view. Like, so there's a correlation of saturated fat and heart disease, but they're not looking at glycation. They're not looking at the bigger picture. The inflammation that is caused by the low value carbs, it's a huge, huge piece of that puzzle.
Also, like, everybody has a different diet that's good for them, that works for them.
Right. That's another thing,
yeah,
that everybody's different. So somebody in a super high risk category, then yeah, maybe just like avoid meat and dairy because you have a serious problem and you could die at any minute. So you need to like get yourself on track, or, you know, different genetics. Like some people just are way more prone to diabetes. I'm very sensitive. You know, the blood sugar regulation is super sensitive. And that's why I don't eat carbs generally, because it just works better for me.
Well, you could still have a high saturated diet on a vegan diet. I mean, there's vegan keto, so you just eat a lot of coconut and palm oil, and obviously it's harder to be carb free in a vegan diet.
Are you
but
vegan?
I think you can. No, I'm not. I try to eat less meat, but I'm a hypocrite. I'm a big hypocrite. I'm just like RFK Jr. But anyway, so but for the opposite, I'm just saying that I think his dietary guidelines are a bit wrong on the environmental side, and the saturated fat thing I'm not sure about. I think if you eat a lot of saturated fat, even in a vegan diet or in a keto diet he's doing there, it's still not probably good for you. I could be wrong.
Well, it's just that what a lot of people don't understand is the inflammation piece of the puzzle. And I have been vegan before, and I've been vegetarian before. And some things went wrong for me. You know, I gained a lot of weight when I was raw vegan, when I was eating raw fruits and vegetables. But, you know, also I could have done that better. Like if I had to be vegetarian, I could do it, and I would do it differently this time. Another thing that I've done in the new year that I really like, we had that black eyed pea soup on January 1st. And then I thought, you know, why not eat more beans? You know, so I'm eating my basically low carb diet, but I've been just experimenting with having a little bit of beans, you know, like black beans, lentils. I love roasted chickpeas, like roast them really crunchy and put them on top of my salad. So I've been doing that, and I feel pretty good about it, you know, because it's carbier, but it's a slow carb that is good for keeping your blood sugar stable.
Good.
Yeah.
Well, I asked AI what's better for the environment, a keto vegan diet or a keto meat-rich diet. And obviously, the meat-rich diet is worse for the environment.
Obviously, yeah.
So,
but like, what are its criteria bad for the environment, right? What you're really trying to look at is how much surface area of land does it need to produce? And yeah, you definitely need way more surface area of land to produce meat.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I think his guidance are correct nutritionally, but the meat part and the saturated part, even if we were to have a vegan keto diet with a lot of saturated plant-based saturated fats, I think the plant-based saturated fats, if you eat a lot of it, it's still not good for you. So I don't know about the saturated.
I think
that's still for every part of the pyramid. If you eat a lot of anything, it's not good for you.
That's right.
I think that's still in conjunction with the inflammation piece. So if you eat a whole lot of coconut and then you also eat a whole lot of vegan white bread, that's going to be bad, because the white bread in excess is going to cause, you know, or sugar, you know, vegans eat sugar. That's going to cause inflammation, and that's makes the saturated fat more dangerous. You know, it's like, it's not just
it's when you mix the both. But I still think if you were to eat a lot of fruit and vegetables and high saturated fat and plant-based, like if you had a keto vegan diet, I still think it's not as good for you if you had a whole food plant-based diet than a keto. I could be wrong though, because I'm not sure about saturated fats. I'm not an expert on carbohydrates or saturated fats, but I know that they all say that you need a whole grain. Like you shouldn't eat the refined carbohydrates. You should eat the low refined carbohydrates and less of it, I think.
Oh, I have a question, Sean. What did you have for breakfast?
What did I have? Oh, fuck it. I sinned today a lot. I had meatballs and tomato meatballs and pasta. So
breakfast?
I did a lot of bad things for the planet there. Yeah, I don't really care about breakfast anymore. I actually do. Well, actually, I had cornflakes. Yeah, cornflakes.
Cornflakes. Yeah.
Well, and blueberries. Blueberries as well. I had blueberries as well.
I had tilapia, mushrooms, and French toast.
I had bacon, eggs, and yogurt, but that was because we ran out of. Russ made a big batch of black bean soup, and I had been eating that with just one egg and some yogurt. Then we ran out of it, so I want to do more variety. Like the next thing I want to make is just like a lentil salad. Like you make enough for 4 or 5 days, and you just eat like a quarter cup here and there.
But I bet you if you were to ask AI what's the ideal diet for planet and health, it'll tell you the Mediterranean diet or this other diet that's similar to plant-based. Plant-based is up there.
Really hard. Yeah, it's really hard to prescribe one diet for every single person. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Everyone has these dietary problems. We've got allergies. We've got restrictions. We've got body types. We've got weight types.
And we got
an
food
ENFP
availability.
friend. Yeah, I had an ENFP friend who went into a coma because he was eating like one of his favorite bodybuilders, and he wanted to bodybuild like them and eat like them. And I'm like, dude, you can't eat like a bodybuilder. You don't have that much muscle. You have to eat like you. Find your own diet, dude. Yeah.
Well, the main reason people are getting more diabetes and more sick now is we're eating more calories and we're not exercising enough. And plus, we're eating more carbohydrates and saturated fat, which is the cheapest foods to make.
I think the big thing is sugar.
No, not necessarily. Vegetables are very cheap. Vegetables are extremely cheap.
Are they?
Yes.
Well, they're cheap if you grow them. If you have a greenhouse, it's pretty cheap.
They're cheap whether or not you have a greenhouse because
they're cheap relative to meat. Yeah.
Yes, relative to meat. Relative to pretty much most anything, really.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, they should be.
But I guess like if you think per calorie, they're not, but they're still, it's good.
But per volume, it is.
Nuts are pretty high calories. There's a lot of high calorie dense vegetable like peanut butter, a lot of high calorie rich plant-based foods. I'm just saying for environmental reasons, he's not the best environmental, but I think his dietary thing is not that bad, but it's the environmental impact that will be questionable.
Well, I would say put health before environment in this case.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because it really matters. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you're an extinctionist, then you say, well, don't eat anything.
Right.
Yeah, but hypothetically, if everybody were to eat
a few days.
But hypothetically, if everybody were to eat his diet, we would have way more farmland and way more fishing and way more. It's not really a lot of people now are eating more meat because they were getting richer. So
true things. We should be reducing certain things in our diets for sure on a mass scale. That's for sure. But the balance between, it's really dependent on the person.
I mean, I can't eat Z-bugs because they're too damn expensive. So
sea bugs? You mean like
Z-bugs? Like what's his name? Access to do Klaus Schwab? Yeah. I can't eat Z-bugs because they're too damn expensive. It's much cheaper for me to get tilapia.
Well, that's kind of the thing that I did with the economic system I was doing, was that I was measuring land area for food. So it would be a currency of land area. So yeah, things would be cheaper that were better for the environment, quote unquote. But it doesn't mean you can't buy something that takes more land area. Just that's the currency. And it just makes us make land area more efficient overall. Like eventually meat's going to get really cheap because you're going to have the grown meat, the tumor meat. Yeah.
I don't know. That just creeps me out.
It creeps everybody out, but that's what happens
at the beginning. Nutritionally, it's similar. It's actually a lot of plant-based meats are actually healthier for you, but they always say that it's not as good for you because it's not true.
It's not even meat. It's a simulation of meat. It's a plant-based.
Well, it's lab grown. There's lab grown meat where it's like cells that multiply. It's like a tumor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That test tube meat. Yeah.
It's pretty much what you get when you go to KFC nowadays, anyways. Is that?
Yeah, I don't. That's why I don't go to KFC more than once a year.
I was at a party like over a decade ago, and someone brought a bucket of chicken from KFC, and I had a little piece of it. It was so salty. I just couldn't even enjoy it.
I saw this impressive video of a guy with SI this week. He was basically trying to reverse engineer the ingredients for Coca-Cola. And he says, I'm allowed to do it because it's not patented. It's a secret. So they didn't patent the secret. So it's right. So he reverse engineered it and put it on his YouTube channel, and he got all the ingredients from a mass spectrometer and
that's
figuring
really
out.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well,
there's a lot of ingredients in Coke. I had no idea.
well, even if it was patented, it doesn't prevent you from reverse engineering. It prevents you from selling it.
Right.
And also, a whole bunch of other companies also done the reverse engineering. That's why there's the generic brand. And
apparently, like, I don't know if it's true or not, but apparently they still use uncoconated cocoa leaves to make Coke. Like that's one of their ingredients. And he just stuck in tannins instead. That was his one.
Cocoa leaves are great. Somehow my mom brought back several boxes of coca tea from Bolivia or wherever she was.
Really?
And and she was just gonna play dumb. I mean, she's just this little old lady. They're
right.
But
they let her through.
Yeah, she brought them back. It was so nice for a headache,
Oh yeah.
Nice. Yeah.
I don't think it's probably good as cocoa leaves. It's probably absolutely fine. It's just when you refine it down to cocaine, that's when it gets concentrated.
Yeah, it's really mild. It was like taking aspirin or something.
Right.
Yeah, why don't we legalize cocaine? I mean, we're legalizing weed, but do you think cocaine is next?
Well, here's the problem.
Definitely,
because I heard cocaine consumption is going up.
So here's the problem: they legalize it, and the price will go down, and they're already making all the money off the back end.
You can overdose easily on cocaine. It's a dangerous drug. It's a highly addictive. There's no reason why anyone would ever legalize it.
Right, bad for your heart. One time I accidentally bought a bag of cocaine, and
that just happens sometimes. I just accidentally bought one.
Yeah, no, I've told this story before. It was a miscommunication. I thought I was getting a bag of weed, and I bought that. But I was doing it, and I was like, well, this is nice, So I did a little bit every day. But then when I had finally run out, like done the last line, then that evening I was just watching TV, and I had like little heart flutters, little palpitations, and so I was like, okay, it's a good thing.
Withdrawal. Yeah, withdrawal.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, they would never make that legal.
But do you think isn't alcohol just as bad if you take the same amount? Let's say hypothetically you would take the same amount to get high off cocaine as high off alcohol. Would it be
very volume? Alcohol needs more volume for it to work than cocaine.
Also, it's also very different.
Well, I think it's really bad, and I think it's for financial reasons and cultural reasons that it's just maybe is never going to go away, but I think it's very damaging. If
you drink a beer here and there, that's okay.
Yeah.
The other thing is alcohol, you can't really overdose, you just puke. Unless you inject it into your veins and then you puke again.
Yeah, well, those frat boys can. I mean, people do die of alcohol poisoning.
Yes, you can. And people die of, liver disease.
Mm-hmm.
Also, which is very bad.
Yeah. Increases stroke risk, cancer risk, all that stuff.
People are drinking. People are drinking less alcohol nowadays, especially young people. But I heard they're replacing it in Europe. It's cocaine consumption is going up, so they might be increasing cocaine consumption and replacing it with alcohol, replacing alcohol with cocaine, which is sad.
I have to check my fire because it's very cold today. It was like 27 degrees this morning.
Oh wow.
F or C?
That's cold in Fahrenheit, right? 27?
Yeah, it's below freezing.
Below freezing, yeah.
Yeah, freezing is 32. Yeah.
So what does he say there, the RFK Jr.? He's saying
real
eat more
food.
saturated fat.
He says
No,
eat
but
real
he's saying
food.
eat more. He says that saturated fats are fine, but I'm not sure about that. I think even if you eat a load of saturated fat, I don't think it's that great.
All right, don't eat it then.
I cut out. Anyways, we were talking about people's weeks. I don't know. Is Annie done talking about her week? You want to talk about yours, Hank?
Yes. So, yeah, most of my week I was kind of tired, so I watched a bunch of Star Wars fan fiction on YouTube. Mostly, who did I watch most of? Let me check my history real quick. Yeah, I watched a lot of Zenger Fake.
That's Star Wars?
Yeah, they're Star Wars fan fiction stuff.
Fan fishing. Okay.
Fan fiction and commentary stuff. So
right.
Star Theorist, Solid JJ. I think that's most of what I watched.
Cool. That was your week? You watched some Star Wars fiction?
Well, I worked too, but that was boring.
Yeah, that was boring. That's true. Yeah. And did you figure out which what we should go to instead of StreamYard?
Not yet.
All right.
I have corporate registration I have in progress. I'll finish it today, it looks like.
All right. How about you, Sean? How was your week?
It was all right. I was chillaxing, like I'm still on holidays because I don't work much in winter, so still holidays.
What do? You guys are growing stuff, right?
Well, I do beekeeping and carpentry with my father.
Nice. Beekeeping. That's a nice one.
Yeah.
So you have
about 30 beehives.
All right. You got a big land area with like a lot of flowers and stuff?
No, beekeeping doesn't require a lot of land. Like one beehive is equivalent to one cow. So we're like a medium farm in Ireland.
Okay. But like, where do they get all of their honey from? All the pollen from?
Well, they forage. Bees can forage about 4 kilometers or 8 kilometers around them. And you shouldn't keep too many bees in one area because then they might get spread disease and they won't get enough food. So they say the maximum you can keep in one area is about 20. It depends on the amount of food around them. So some areas you'll require less bees around, and some more.
Cool. And then the carpentry, what kind of stuff do you make?
Houses mainly. I'm fixing up a ruined house as well. A ruined house.
So wait, do you buy the house, fix it up, and then sell it?
No, I'm just we just work for contractors and stuff like that. We're just contractors.
So they buy the house, you fix it up, and they sell it.
Yeah. Or new houses too. We do a lot of new houses.
Renovations.
Or building new houses as well.
Wow, cool. Did you build your house?
No, we're fixing our old house. Yeah, we're almost finished.
Sweet.
We love to watch Grand Designs. We found a new season where people build new constructions, or sometimes it's a renovation, but they have these big ideas, and a lot of times they get in over their head. And what Russ and I have learned from that is that we don't ever want to take on a project like that's going to be like, maybe you have this 18-month timeline and then it ends up taking you 4 years and you go, $300,000 over budget. And one mistake that I see people doing is like doing really bespoke things, like bespoke glazing, weird like a weird window size or shape, or like really special materials, where there's a lot of you can make a lot of stuff yourself really nice, and also just what's available in market that's just nice and standardized is fine, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But I really enjoy that show.
Yeah, that's the British show, right?
Yeah.
There's
And
probably
last
shows like that in America.
There are not exactly like that, but
There are a bunch of them though. There used to be on TLC.
yeah, the in the Home and Garden network, yeah. But you know, last night this guy was doing this very ambitious passive house project. I like that idea. I really love the idea of passive house just because it's you know, in the long run more affordable. But he made this thing like 300 square meters, like or I mean what am I trying to say? 3,000 square feet. That's what I'm trying to say.
3,000 square feet.
Yeah. Not 300 meters. That's wouldn't be
big.
That. Yeah.
300 square meters is still pretty big.
Yeah, for just two people, him and his wife. Yeah.
Sean, who found the king in your pie last week?
Oh, we didn't have one. We didn't put a king in it.
Oh no. Yeah, you might break a tooth.
Yeah.
But one thing that was funny, the couple that was building that house, the wife was the moneymaker. She was a divorce lawyer, like high profile cases, high profile divorce lawyer. And he was the project manager, overseer of the project. And at one point, it just kind of sounded like a Freudian slip. The interviewer guy asked her, you know, how involved she was in the project. And she said, you know, I've been very divorced from this project. I'm not really involved. I was like, weird word choice. It's a weird word choice because it really did separate them. Like they had to live separately from each other for 4 years because of this monster project.
Wow. Yeah. So she's
divorced. Yeah, well, they wouldn't show like they probably do. Like there's a movement now of like really small houses, like eco building. So there's a lot of cool stuff happening in the eco building space, like cob, hemp. There's people building houses out of hemp. There's people in America making houses out of tires with mud. You know that guy makes tire houses in the desert. So there's loads of cool ways to make eco-friendly houses.
Yeah, no, I live in a town that has a lot of those constructions as accessory dwelling units in a backyard. You know, to have bigger, and that's what we live in. You know, 410 square feet. It's just in this space.
There's a bunch of them in Sedona too, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, not maybe a little in Sedona, but in Arizona as a whole, yeah. Sedona is very luxury. You know, you see a lot of luxury. I mean, like celebrities have vacation homes there.
I see. Yeah. Okay, so it's just like woo on the surface. That's not in their living style. It's hippie, not hippie living styles.
Yeah, they also have very I don't know about the zoning laws there in terms of accessory dwelling units, but they have really strict laws in terms of like McDonald's cannot be that color. It has to be the colors of the landscape, you know?
Wow. All right.
So I don't even know if when I lived there, they didn't have a McDonald's. They might have gotten one, but it has to fit the landscape.
Interesting. Yeah. I mean, in Jerusalem, you have to have Jerusalem stone on your building, but they could still have like a McDonald's roof, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that's the closest thing I've ever heard about that. That's interesting.
Are they building more houses in Israel? Yeah. More population growth.
They're building more houses everywhere. Aren't they?
They have to.
There's a big demand for housing in Ireland too.
Yeah.
But like the population of Israel is going up, a lot.
I guess so, yeah. It's going up like relative to other countries that are going down, it's going up, yeah. It's healthy birth rate.
We have a lot of high density housing.
Right.
You know,
for cities, for cities.
I don't love it, but I have thought often like if Russ died or something, then or if I was single, then I would like to live in I guess more a Scandinavian style apartment situation where they're really considering lifestyle and what you need in terms of amenities. Like they have these apartment buildings where there's single family units, and then there's units for aging people that need to downgrade to a smaller place. There's units where you might want your parents to live with you, and there's a central courtyard, so you have your autonomous private space, but there's a meeting place,
space,
you know? Yeah, like a cafeteria, or they have a grocery store right there, so you don't need to get in a car and drive. There's a grocery store there, there's dog parks, there's a pharmacy, you know, they have you know, playgrounds, all this stuff,
community style living,
and most important, package and receiving. I if I lived in an apartment, I would want it to have package and receiving there, you know.
Okay.
Like, so it goes to the main office, you know, you can mail.
They have those in the US?
Yeah. Okay. So because everyone's getting these Amazon packages. Yeah, and you might not be home, and you don't want to leave it on the doorstep. So it goes to the central office. Yeah.
Yeah. So then you need to pay fees for whoever's maintaining the building, I guess.
Yeah, mailroom fee.
Maintenance fees, yeah.
Yeah, and we have, you know, more and more high density living situations where dogs are allowed, and there's a dog park on site. It's just right there. It's all built in.
Interesting.
Yeah, high density or a village or city space is better than, because in Ireland there's a lot of houses in the countryside by themselves, so it requires more transport, and there's roads everywhere. Ireland has has a lot of houses in the middle of nowhere. It's nice if you want privacy, but it's not the best for the environment because you need transport and road maintenance and all that. It's not the best.
Do we know this guy?
Blacks are people too. You mean like Hank?
Yeah, like Hank. I don't know if we know this guy. Who is this guy?
I don't recall. I don't remember him.
You know, it's hard to believe.
let me check which channel he's even on.
But just more and more, I really like the community aspect, because I do like to be social, but I don't want people to come knock on my door. It's like, if an apartment complex had a common room where people go in the morning to have coffee and read the paper, then you're a regular. You know, it's like going to Cheers. Everybody knows your name, and you're like, oh, hi, Sally, how are you this morning? And you just know people, and it feels good.
Right. Yeah, a common area that if you want to interact with people, you can go.
Mm-hmm.
But that's how villages and cities were created. Is back in the day, there was way more farmers. So in France, like Normandy, I go there a few times. There's loads of small villages everywhere, but there's not a lot of houses in the middle, like dotted everywhere. In Ireland, there's houses dotted everywhere, single houses dotted everywhere, because of the farming practices. So Ireland was mainly beef. So you had to have families all separate. If you're in a grain farming, I think you can, the farms would be in the villages. So they all share their stuff in the village. And you have like few farms in the countryside. But you wouldn't have a small houses everywhere. Actually, I could be wrong. The reason why there's loads of houses in the countryside in Ireland is because of the farm families let their children build a house in their private land, and the government lets it happen.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a zoning issue.
I love that. See, that's actually my preferred way. You know, if Russ and I won the lottery, we would have a house the way we want it, and it would be awesome to have a separate little house for my mom. You know.
Yep. Yeah.
And my sister, if we could all live, you know, on the same land,
right? And then her child could take it over at one time. It'll be like a family plot. Yeah.
Yeah, we don't want a lot of acres though, because that's a lot of responsibility. You know, clearing the brush, the fire, you know, mitigating the fire risk and all that. Just some acres, you know, to like maybe have a goat just for fun.
Right. Or have a lot of acres and then rent off part of it.
Yeah.
Get some passive income.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
So in Israel, you don't have houses in the middle of nowhere. A lot of houses, you have like villages or towns or stuff like that.
Today, there's a lot of villages, a lot of towns, and sometimes there's houses in the middle of nowhere. Sometimes people do that. But yeah, it's mostly villages or towns. a lot of people trying to start new villages and new towns here as well. I don't know. Are there new towns and villages popping up over there in the US?
Well, yeah, Ireland is growing.
It's growing.
There's a lot of people want to come here because it's growing like a lot.
Nice.
There's a housing crisis here, so there's loads of people coming here from Europe because of the money here. So there's demand for property. A lot of homeless people.
Apparently, there's a lot of land in Africa. If anyone wants to go.
Isn't that where all the Gazans are going? To Somalia land or something? The Gazans are going? The Palestinians?
Gazans? They're not going anywhere yet.
Well, will you move them to Somaliland?
Will I move them there? Oh, Somaliland. Somaliland is volunteering to take some, yeah. Apparently. I think they're Egyptian. I think they should just go to Egypt. They got all Sinai. Egypt doesn't want them, but they're Egyptian. There's no reason why. Like, before 67, it was Egypt. Just send them. He wants the link, Hank, Recursive Circles. Sorry, buddy. The link is in the description. It should be in the description of the video on YouTube. I don't know where Hank is. You're watching on his channel.
Yeah, the link's also in the description of my video on my channel. But I see he's not smart to look there, so I'll post it for him.
Yeah. But also, like, I don't know.
It's in the description. I'll prove it to you. I'll show you.
Share your screen, Hank.
See right there. It's right there in the description.
There you go. Oh, but it's not a link. I see.
You copy and paste it. It deactivates.
You can copy it, yeah.
Yes.
Why isn't it showing up there as a link? That's kind of weird.
Because YouTube doesn't respect me enough to allow me to be an active link. So recursive circles, you are bullshitting already.
I think he's waiting for the link to be shown up in the he sees it now.
I posted in the chat too.
In the chat too?
Yeah, I posted in the chat too because he can't read.
So yeah, I think if we want to go to Mars, we'll have to live in Antarctica for a bit more. Have people live there, or Greenland.
Why?
It's a training base to live in Mars because Mars is way worse to live in.
Go to Mars? Who wants to go to Mars?
Elon Musk.
No, but Elon Musk is not going to go. Who wants to go?
All these fanboys.
I don't know who wants to go to Mars. If anyone wants to go to Mars, let them. To be honest, it's kind of crazy. I kind of like trees and air and yeah.
You don't like dust, red dust, and rust?
No, I like breathing the air. You know.
You're weird.
Yeah. I like having internet and downloading stuff from Steam.
Their internet there just takes 45 minutes to get.
Well, they'll have to have internet. Like they'll have to have internet on Mars for Mars internet people. Yeah, and they have to have some kind of place that's downloading the entire internet of Earth constantly.
The basements of conspiracy theorists. Okay,
right.
or chatbot server.
They need Russ to go there with his Wikipedia.
Yes.
Do you think once we got out at Mars, you won't have the internet? You know, the internet works on satellite, so internet will still be working, just a bit slower by a couple seconds.
Well,
you won't be able
more than a couple.
You won't be able to play live games on Steam, but you can play the games, and the games will download.
Yeah, 45 minutes.
And you got to get the signal over to Mars too.
That's not too problem. If you can get to Mars, then you can get a signal to Mars. Don't you think that, it's like putting the horse before the cart? I mean, the cart before the horse.
Yeah, so you got to request what you're sending, and then you've got to have it sent to you. And every time you get an error in your bits, you got to send back that I got an error. You got to send back all the checksums. It'll take a year to download anything.
No, it's just like the 80s. So, yeah, it would take a year to download anything, but that used to be true in the 80s too.
Yeah, because you got to have the checksums. You got to make sure you're getting the right information.
No, you won't have to do that, man. What happens is you're gonna get a sub internet file made for Mars Direct, so it will be a sub check system. So what would happen is the speed limit would be putting everything on that Mars cloud. After that, it's just gonna be working just like that. 8 minutes from each direction, 16 minutes to download something.
All right, sure, I'll take your word for it.
I gotta take my word, man. I'm a very clever man. I'm so
they still
clever.
Don't have air over there. They still don't have air. What's this weird personality accent you're doing, Bootman?
No weird accent, man. Like, I'm from all over the world. So I lived in Tennessee. I lived in France. I lived everywhere. That's why you see this international sounding accent.
All right. Where are you living now?
Right now, I'm in France. I'm in Paris.
In Paris? Okay. What are you doing over there?
At the moment, I'm just trying to figure out, like ancient roots, trying to discover my peoples.
Who's your peoples?
Well, I don't really know because I don't know what my genetic affiliation is, right? But I just know I'm from Europe somewhere.
Okay. Well, you don't need a genetic affiliation. You need like a national affiliation, right? That's what you're looking at.
Well, nationality-wise, I don't have a country.
All right. So
you're an alien, so you want to go to Mars. So you want to go to Mars because you're an alien.
Well, you could call it alien, right? But I just don't really believe on any kind of national government on this planet because a lot of them don't really do the right stuff.
Mm-hmm. They should be doing the right stuff, though, shouldn't they?
You're a free animal on this planet.
I guess that's true. What about you guys? I had Annie talking about how she don't like people coming over to her house all the time uninvited. And I would have to say I'm the same.
Yeah, it feels like a violation if someone knocks on my door, but they didn't like send me a text message first and ask if it was okay.
Yeah, okay, sorry guys. I was just trolling you a little bit, right? Like with my voice.
Yeah. I figured.
This is a real one. But I will say this, right? In Africa, it's way worse than that, Annie, right? In Africa, not only will they not call you or text you or plan a meeting with you, they will come in your house and they'll get angry at you because you didn't open the door or you weren't there. There's an expectation. It's crazy. People just feel like they can violate your privacy in Africa. It's their culture, though. But
all of Africa or somewhere specific?
All of Africa, especially Black Africa.
Really?
But everywhere. Yep. It's their culture. It's called Zamani, right? Like they don't have concepts of like contract law. So for them, the only contracts that were set up by their ancestors like 1,000 years ago are the contracts that they adhere to. New contracts that you try to form with them, they don't even understand what you're saying. I'll give you an example. Let's say they don't believe in recent social contracts. As in, let me explain what that means. A contract that was set up like 1,000 years ago that their ancestors have been practicing until today, they will adhere to that. But anything that you decide between two people, the contract is null and void. You can't have a social contract between. Let me give you an example. So if I want to come over Annie's house, I'm going to be like, okay, hey, I'm going to text her actually. I won't call because even calling is a bit intrusive. So I'm going to text and explain, hey, I'm around this area and basically be like, okay, are you able to host me for a couple hours on this date? That's a contract. In Zamani, aka Africa, that's not necessary. You just turn up to my door and I have to open to you. If you want to stay over, I have to let you stay over. You can stay over for as long as you want. If I have to kick you out of the house, I've already violated the agreement between us as the host. Which even again,
or only if you know the person. Or
you have to know them, or a family member of someone who knows someone else in your family circle. It's madness, right? But that's just how the system works.
So now that I know you, can show up to your house and knock on your door.
Yeah, 100%. That's how it works.
Well, that's how I'll take a vacation over there. Where are you at?
Nairobi in Karen.
Oh, nice.
Right. So yeah, it's a different culture. I would personally say I'm not really for it, just because of the chaos that it brings. You know, like you can't plan yourself. You know, sometimes you just need time to yourself, because dealing with people and hosting them is a lot of effort. Because remember, you're also being judged socially as well. It's not like you just let them in your house and you do your own thing. They're judging you as a host as well. So it's like a high energy environment. You just can't even be yourself and just like, yo, just chill. You do your thing, I'll do my thing. It's not even that. If you're not engaging them, they somehow have feelings. They'll talk about it. They'll ruin your name it's like a whole social social game, basically.
That's interesting.
Yeah, so I would say, yeah.
Older successful cultures definitely put a lot of importance on hosting guests.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like, it'll be funny in like 1,000 years time where we're all like liberal, hippie, atheist, vegan.
That will never happen.
It will happen. I'll make it happen. One world government will happen.
So
we'll all be the same way.
Right. I'm actually pro-veganism, but I just like meat too much. Right. But I get the ideas, and you know, I'm for the ideas. I just like meat too much. It tastes good.
Yeah, that's usually
you're
problem.
Like me. You agree with the environmental and ethical side, but you're too weak morally. But I do try to eat less meat, though, to be fair.
Okay. Yeah, you know, like getting a nice ribeye steak on the pan, you know, and some nice like deep fat fried chips, or I guess you guys call it fries, and a bit of mayo. I mean, that stuff hits different.
Mm-hmm.
So are you
in the future? I'll be like lab grown. Like everything will be. Well, actually, lab grown meat is harder than making plants taste like meat. They say that actually lab grown will be very hard to do. It's very hard because the bacteria grows and it eats the cells. So it's very hard to do.
And lab grown meat's harder than normal meat.
Okay, interesting. I mean, do they taste the same or different?
Same. It tastes the same, but
it'll taste a bit different because they don't have blood.
Oh, okay, interesting. Do they have blood vessels?
No, they won't have blood.
Mm-mm.
Interesting. Okay. I mean, look, I think at some point, right, animals will be competing with us for water. So I think if lab-grown meat will probably consume less water, right? Because the animal wouldn't be using as much calories to grow.
It'll use less water. It'll use less space. It'll be more efficient for sure.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I guess I'll eat it, right? At the end of the day, you know, if the law changes, I guess I'll have to comply, right?
Yeah. You feed them sugars, and they'll convert the sugars, or you'll feed them whatever they eat.
Mm-hmm.
Some kind of fuel.
Yeah. You know, I actually had. I used to hear Americans talk about like the difference between grass-fed beef and grain-fed beef. I never understood the distinction until today. I had some topside steak that was grass-fed, and it kind of tasted a bit too gamey for me. I never could taste this taste until today. So
you don't like the grass-fed? Usually people promote grass-fed more. No, isn't grass-fed more expensive?
I mean, yeah. I like it. I like gamey meat, but also it has to do with the health of the meat. The you know, the omega-3/6 ratio is healthier than grain-fed.
Right. I see. It just tasted different though. I can't explain it. It was just more game, very strong flavor compared to what I'm used to.
Right.
Like it tastes good. Just very. Yeah. Go ahead.
You're in Nairobi, right? Do you eat a lot of meat over there?
Yeah, unfortunately I do eat a lot of meat, yeah.
So you're rich, right? Nairobi, is it a rich country or is it a populated country?
Yeah, it's pretty populated. It's still in Africa, right? But yeah, I mean, it's a rich enough place. It's not really poor. I wouldn't say it's poor.
That's kind of cool, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I've never seen anyone starve or, you know, like whatever you've seen on TV and stuff over here.
Oh, yeah.
I think generally people are doing okay. They do earn less money, but everything is cheaper here. Like rent is only $150 for like a 2-bed apartment, for example.
Nice.
And that's like in a nice area, you know, like you got security guards, you got elevators. It means like a decent place. If you get more cheaper areas, you can even get it for half of that. But I just wouldn't live there in those other areas.
Do you happen to be a deposed king that needs a little bit of starting money to get your money back? Your kingdom back?
Oh, right. No, that's Nigeria. We don't have yeah. Yeah, we don't have princes here. That's like West Africa.
You have barristers there too. Do you barristers?
Barristers. Yeah, we do have barristers, etc.
Right.
Yes. But yeah, the whole Nigerian prince thing. So basically, West Africa has kings and princes still to this day. We really didn't have those things in my country. We had like maybe chiefs, but not really proper kingdoms or anything. So no, and I'm not rich anyways. I've just earned like $200 on YouTube every month or something.
Oh, what's your channel about?
It's
a lot for YouTube. That's pretty big. You got a big channel.
No, it's not a big channel, but like you know, it's we just talk about everything. Right now, we talk about white supremacy versus other stuff.
Wait, so are you white?
No, I'm Black African.
Okay, so you were just trolling us with this black thing. What were you saying earlier?
Oh no, I mean I was pretending to be white earlier, right? But no, I'm black.
Right, I got you.
Yeah.
This one here. This is you, right?
Yes, that's me. Correct.
All right.
Oh, yeah, that's me. That's why I was pretending to be racist or whatever it was.
Right.
Yeah, no, like for example, right now I'm live. I got 2 white supremacists on. You know, they're just sharing their ideas on how to make America better.
Okay.
Oh yeah, that's my bro, Orthodox guy over there.
Yeah, exactly.
So you're in East Africa, Nairobi, right?
Yes, correct.
So that's where the Arab slave trade happened. You guys were selling your people to slaves.
Yeah, that's interesting, right? So no African ever sold their own people. That's actually usually a misconception.
Or they not sold. Yeah, stole their people with weapons. That's the Arab slave trade was in East Africa.
Yeah, there were Africans that sold Africans, but they weren't their own people. They were other people,
right?
Different tribe. So
yeah, exactly. So you know the concept of okay, let's say when people say Africans sold their own people, that's not true. They sold other tribes, and other tribes wouldn't be their own people. There will be a different competing tribe, and mostly it was criminals. So we were selling criminals. We weren't selling good, honest Africans.
I'm sure you were selling good, honest Africans. I'm sure the criminals were the ones selling the Africans.
Well, I'm sure that too, right? Yeah, if you had a corrupt sultan or something, then he sold, good Africans. But in general, it was criminals being sold. So Black Americans are usually like not ancestors. What's the other one?
No, isn't West Africa that came to America, right? West Africa was the Atlantic slave trade.
Yeah.
Correct.
Right.
Even East Africans, some of them went to Africa as well. I mean, America as well, but it was mostly Arabians.
Yeah.
But there was also some Portuguese slave trade into the Americas in East Africa as well. Like in one of my cities in Mombasa, Fort Jesus was a Portuguese kind of settlement at some point, and there was some trading into America as well. Not much.
Yeah.
Dude, I heard there's a lot of slavery going on in Africa right now. I heard there's still slavery in Africa.
Right. I think it depends on the country, right? In my country, I don't think there's any slavery going on. But if you go to the north of the continent, Morocco and Libya, they're still trading humans there. Mostly Africans. So it's the Arabs selling Africans. and capturing Africans. So essentially, let me give.
I thought it was stopped.
It's okay. So remember, America intervened in the war in what do you call it, right? Libya.
Tripoli? Yeah,
like Libya, even Morocco and all that kind of place, but Libya specifically. So what happened is they lost power, the government. So the racists started selling black people again, and right now they're selling Somalis and Nigerians. So basically, people from the shithole countries in Africa are getting sold in North Africa.
That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, I mean, so there's some countries in Africa where people would rather risk their lives being sold as slaves than stay in their countries. That's the most sad part.
Oh, they're volunteering to be sold now?
No, they're not volunteering to be sold, but they know they're going to there's a high chance of them being captured and being sold as slaves. But they still take the chance by crossing the Sahara Desert into those Arab countries so they can get to Europe. Essentially, these are very, very poor people or just very tired people of their country. They risk their lives to go through Morocco or Libya, and then they get captured and then get sold as slaves.
I see.
Someone from my country would never do that. Like 0 people would even risk using the bus to go to the neighboring country because it might not be safe.
Right. Well, I mean, the slave trade today wouldn't be as bad as it was in the past. Like they used to castrate people as slaves, and most of them would die on the way because they would just walk them without water through the Sahara.
Right.
And most people didn't survive the castration ceremony either. So, yeah, it was pretty bad. I don't think they would do that today.
No, you'd be surprised. You'd be surprised, right?
Maybe they'll have these organs, who knows? Yeah.
The main reason why they're using eunuchs is because these men were supposed to be like soldiers for the princess or whatever, and you didn't want them to be virile men because then they would obviously have sex with the women. So they needed them to be eunuchs, basically, in order to carry out their duty.
It was just a general practice. They would castrate all the male slaves, and the ones that survived would get sold. It was just a general practice to all the male slaves in the Arab slave trade. And the women, they only took women who were pretty and of a certain age.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it was pretty bad.
So they worked in Muslim countries and then they just died there, as slaves.
It wasn't a Muslim country thing. It was a trade family type of thing, and it became like an industry, like a meat packing industry, where they just like received product and shipped product. It was very cold and calculated. Like they didn't really care about their lives. It was all about profit. So it wasn't a country thing. And so this, I don't know, it's more like a company, I guess. So it's like a company of people that just got really rich off of it and sold it. And it ended up going everywhere, but it passed through Arabs. Yeah. It wasn't all Arabs.
But they didn't send them.
Involved, but yeah.
Did they send them to the Middle East? A lot of them, like in Middle East, like Saudi Arabia, Oman, Yemen.
Probably most of them stayed there, yeah. Still to this day, I think their word for black is slave.
Yeah, they have several names for black. One of them is like Abid, right? Which means Abid. Black.
Abid is their worker, yeah.
It's kind of interesting. I'm not too sure why Africans would look at an Arab and think that an Arab is superior to them. But, I guess it is what it is.
Yeah, it's not about superiority. It's about control and power and breaking them, castrating them. And, yeah.
Well, you are superior when you have better technology. Like, they wouldn't be able to catch the Africans if they didn't have technology, like, you know what I mean? So you are kind of superior that way.
It wasn't them doing it. It was a scheme. So basically, they gave weapons in exchange for slaves. And so the more slaves you took, the more weapons you would get. And the weapons are the tools to get more slaves. So they get weapons and money. Because they weren't producing their own weapons. They were buying it from the Arabs, yeah.
Yeah, so the Arabs were not catching black slaves. It's not possible because if you go into interior Africa, you would just died of malaria. So they were using the Africans to catch other. Actually, my tribe was the biggest slave trader in my country. We
Your tribe
sold.
was?
Yeah, my tribe was the biggest slave trader tribe.
Yeah, so you guys are the criminals. That's kind of
Well, no, because there was no law, right? Criminality is based on you going against the law that exists. So without law, then
fine.
you can't really be a criminal. We were just catching our enemies, right? Other tribes.
Yeah, but if you're religious, did they have pagan religions back then? The Africans, did they have morals or like moral beliefs in their pagan religions?
Yeah, what is your tribe's spiritual belief? Let's talk about your tribe a bit.
Yeah, we believe in a god called Inki or Enkai. Enkai comes from ancient Mesopotamia, right? So our people came from there. They came down the Nile River, then they mixed with the local Africans. So our god is like ancient demonic god from ancient Mesopotamia called Enki.
I thought Inki was a Middle Eastern god, wasn't he? Wasn't there other African gods?
No, Mesopotamia is Middle East.
Yeah, he's an ancient Mesopotamian god.
Yeah, but how was there a Middle Eastern god in Africa? Where in Africa are you based again?
East Africa. I'm from Kenya. A lot of our people are what we call pastoralist nomads, right? Genetically, we're at 20% Middle Eastern. So this is like ancient DNA from 10,000 years ago. So not the Arab DNA, but pre-Arabic DNA. So our people came from ancient Mesopotamia. Then we mixed with the local Africans, and we maintained some cultural things like pastoralism, etc. Because the Africans didn't, domesticate the cow, for example. So we brought in cow culture. We brought in one of our gods, Inki, as an example. But it's like ancient people.
Yeah, it says.
Oh, right. So some of you guys,
Inki
moved from the Middle East.
The goddess Ninhursag or Nintu to perform labor for the gods, making him the patron of humanity.
Yep, that's our god. But now we're Christians or Muslims, right? Essentially, we became Muslims during the slave trade because we made a deal with the Muslims, etc.
Also, you have a bit of Middle Eastern genetics that the people from Saudi Arabia or Yemen came to Africa and bred with the locals. Interesting.
That's not what happened. That's not what happened.
No. This is pre-Arab DNA, right? So it's like Natufian, those kinds of groups, right. 10,000 years ago.
Probably something closer to Egypt, ancient Egypt. Yeah.
Correct. Exactly. And that's essentially what happened. And so most of us have the admixture. Ethiopians have a high admixture. Theirs is like 50%. Ours is 20%.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So apparently you guys were capturing a lot of Ethiopians.
Yes, 100%. Especially the Oromos, right? We sold so many of them, right? I think there was one called Malik Amba who became a king in India. One of the guys was called. Yeah, so slave trade again. We didn't sell our own people. That's a lie. We sold criminals and other tribes to war with. Right. Other people from other nations. Correct. Because remember, the African doesn't see other Africans as themselves. We only see people from our own tribes.
It's slavery. Yeah, it's a tribal mentality for sure.
It's gang mentality. It's like the gangs nowadays.
Yeah, it's nationalism on a proto scale. Tribalism, nationalism.
Yeah, but I mean, it's the same thing, right? For all human civilizations.
Yep.
And even right now, I mean, we're all participating in the same exact thing, right? I'll give you an example, right? I am rich. I don't want poor people coming to take my shit. And I'm sure no one else here wants that to happen to them.
Right.
But do we really own this?
People having their own shit?
Oh, sorry, can you repeat?
Are you against poor people having their own shit?
No, I'm not against poor people having their own shit, but it's not possible
That's
for
good.
both of us. That's the point.
Uh,
For me to have something, it means someone else doesn't have it. So it's a zero-sum game, right? And
I don't think that's
because
true.
oh no, it's true, right? Like, okay, let me give you the context of labor, right?
Well, at one time, only rich people had computers, and now everyone has a computer. At one time, only rich people had, smartphones, and now everyone has a smartphone. I'm sure everyone in Africa even has a smartphone.
That is true, but at one point, everyone had houses. Now only rich people have houses. It just,
that's
the game changes. The game changes. Right. Sorry, I can't hear you.
Yeah, everyone should have a house.
Right, but it's not possible. I mean, look, we live in under capitalism, right? Essentially, capitalism doesn't allow everyone to benefit enough. There's always going to be losers in capitalism, and that's
there's always. It's not about being losers, but yes, there are going to be people who are going to need to contribute work in order to feed the system, and so you need them to have to want to work for money. The people who have money are the ones giving it out and profiting off of the people who are working for them. That's always how it is.
Correct. So let me give context, though, right? Let's say I'm a rich guy. I invest in stock market. I invest in government bonds. I get returns of 5-6% per year. I've saved up at least $100K, $1,000. 5% of that is 5,000 every year, just growing, compounding across time. I leave it in the bank. Then I also put in $100 every month on top of that. Now my money is just growing for free, basically, every single year. Enough
Not
that in 10
years, someone's paying for it.
Sure, right? That's my point, right? From my perspective, it's growing for free in a very safe, government-protected, bond structures.
Right.
Now, a poor person doesn't have access to that system. The poor person doesn't have access to being able to do that. Now, if I was really honest about what I want, I would say, actually, I like it like that, right? I like that there are.
I agree.
Sorry.
I agree that you would like it. Yeah, you would like it. Sorry, I don't want to interrupt you in the middle. I want to stop. I want to talk about something though. So,
but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so there's a something there where it's like, how are you making that money? It's because you're taking it from the future, right? That's how you make money over time. Is you take it from the future, right? And
correct.
And poor people are not taking money from the future; they're just making money now.
Exactly, right. Poor people are utilizing real-time labor. If they don't work, they don't pay their rent, they're homeless. So they're the ones keeping the economy going. Now, as a rich person, again, this proverbial rich person, I don't want them to have same access to this middle-class ability to become rich. And the reason why is because, well, both of us can't invest in the stock market because we need laborers to actually keep the economy going. So as a rich person, I want there to be a distinction in class for me to continue getting richer and for the laborers class to basically fuel the economy. Now, as a rich person, I'm just being honest, but that's all what we all want, including the poor people, in respect to what they have over other people. Essentially, we do not want everyone to be equal because equality would mean that everybody's now struggling at the same scale. Same thing with like medicine, as an example, right? I applied to become a doctor once. I decided to quit that degree, but basically to get in is so difficult. Not because you need to be so smart, no, but because they're trying to create artificial scarcity to maintain the high prices that doctors get paid, right? The $200K, $1,000 a year, whatever it is, once you have like some experience, to maintain that, you must have scarcity. And the scarcity is artificial by creating a cock blocking, basically. I forgot the term I wanted to use, right? But by creating a status quo, it is artificial scarcity. So essentially, we create games whereby some of us benefit at the expense of many, and we like it like that. I'm just honest to myself that I like it like that. But essentially, that's what I mean by a zero-sum game, right? Everyone cannot participate in these higher rank social games, and we create arbitrary rules to prevent other people from doing it, and we all like it like that.
Yes, I understand that you need people to work for you can feel like you're at top of a hierarchy. but anyone can participate because on the long term, the stock market's always going up. So if you put a little tiny bit in,
Correct.
Just a little bit that you can afford to lose, you're always gonna make more money over the long term.
100%, right? Like, I mean, I've made at least, okay, not forget me, right? But this character I'm playing, right, has made, good.
Yeah, I know the character you're playing. So I still want to address the character you're playing.
Right.
Yeah. So the thing is, I don't think your mindset is completely right on even who you are and your role in this world, because at the end of the day, there's no reason why people in general can't share technology advancement, I don't know, like quality of life, things like this. There's no reason why that can't be shared across the board. And I don't think any rich person really wants for poor people to not have a good standard of life. I'm sure they all want the best for them, right? And the difference,
So I'll disagree, but you can continue. So, okay, so good standard of living, right, is unfortunately not something you can define, because the poor doesn't really care about a standard of living. What they care about is their standard of living compared to the rich. Meaning, even if the average rich person today, even if the average poor person today in the next 100 years is living in the same standard of living as the average rich person today, as long as the rich have more power, more wealth, or status than them in that time, there'll always be that kind of, slave master dialectic, the tug of war between the two. So essentially, you can't even define standard of living. I know it seems easy to do it. You can talk about food availability, energy costs, rent, but you really can't define it.
Yeah, it's easy to find. It's a hierarchy thing. So right now, anyone who can have a computer can run pretty much any software they want, and so there's no reason to have copyright law, but we still enforce it because some people want to pretend that they thought of a thing, they bought a thing, so they own a thing. Even though
look, I want to look at history, all of history, and all of human progress. Oh, at the beginning, only rich people had books. No poor people could even read, right? So standard of living does, like today, everybody reads. Everybody can own a book. It's the poorest person in the world can get a book.
Correct. It has gotten better, but we're still so far away from a standard whereby there will never be okay, I guess what I'm saying is, yes, things are better, but that eternal struggle between the haves and the have-nots will never be fixed. The moment there's any difference, whether it's status, I'll give you an example, right? In my country, it's not a poor country, right? But it's not as rich as America or UK or something. There is a hierarchy. When I tell people I'm a doctor, for example, they treat me differently, genuinely, than, let's say, when I'm a doctor in the UK or America. There is a social status carries a lot. And of course, for you to be a doctor, you'd have had to have parents who are educated and, or extremely intelligent, whatever that means. You'd have had to be an outlier, or one way or another. So you're just basically at nepotism, right? It's nepotism and access to everything. Now, I will say the truth. I don't want the system to change because it benefits me, right? Like, I like the stock market. I like the fact that I get 15% returns on the money that I give the government, right? And government bonds. I like the 14% I give to my bank. That's the real percentages in my country, right? I like it. And I like the fact that other people aren't really tapped in, because then my profits would be reduced, right? The more people giving money to the government means the lower the interest rates you're going to get from the government. So if poor people were able to save money, then I'll be cooked.
Right. So basically, inflation is what poor people pay for people profiting off of the market.
Correct.
Yes.
Exactly. Now it's sad, right?
You need a balance, because if you have too many if there's too much of a difference, then you can get revolutions or protesting. So you need a balance to force.
And that's why the IMF and World Bank exist, right? They were created so that especially poor countries can have just enough money to prevent revolutions from occurring, right? They'll just give them enough that they can fix, a current bread price issue happening, right? In poor countries, it's really quite cartoonish, right? Like the price of a staple goes up, everybody gets angry. So the government just uses some of the money and, artificially reduces the price back down to what the people understand. And then the people's feelings are kind of, prevented from reaching boiling point.
Oh, that's what they do in the U.S. Yeah, they do that a lot in the U.S.
Oh, right. Yeah, you guys have gas prices, right? They'll be like, yeah, gas prices are too high, then they reduce it or something.
Yeah, we had a big thing with eggs last year because there was a disease that went around. But now they're back below normal prices.
Interesting. Yeah, so I guess it's the same around the whole world then. Right. But I do want to ask Sean, right? Like, not Sean, sorry, Binyamin, right? Are you a J? I mean, that name sounds J-like.
You could say the word, man. It's not a curse word.
No, I mean,
say it. Go ahead.
Right.
Don't be afraid.
Are you affiliated with the Ashkenazims?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, fair enough. So, no, the reason I ask, right, is the name, right, Benjamin, right? Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, you seem like you're a good guy, but I also believe you're a little bit naive when it comes to, like, the zero-sum games in economics. I'm very aware of it, and I know I don't deserve it. I know I don't deserve anything that I have. Right, like
I'm very aware of it. I'm very aware of a whole bunch of extra things that go on there too. There's a few things, like if you wanted to change the economic system to make it more fair, there's a few things that you still need to really keep in what the economic system is doing right. It's doing a few things very right, and one of the things is the way we treat blessing, like the way we treat amplifying value. So what we really want to do is find out what is generating value in our civilization and amplify that somehow, give more resources to whatever is generating value. And like the economic system that we have is one where something that does generate value is going to hoard resources, and it's going to be able to generate even more value because it's hoarding those resources. And so like that dynamic there always really needs to stay, because that's something that's beneficial for everybody.
I see. Interesting. Yeah. Okay. So let me give some context here. I actually, it's interesting. I'm enjoying this conversation more than the one in my own channel that I have essentially ended my other stream. So shout out. You guys have stolen me from my show. Say that again?
I said I'm enjoying it too. Thanks for joining.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so now, okay, so Nairobi, right? Everybody hustles because rent for them is expensive. It's still cheaper than America, but rent for the people in Nairobi, they still feel it's expensive. So people are willing to work for like $1. I'm talking about for a small job, or $5 or here or $10 there. If you go down to the coast of the country, Mombasa, the other city, because everybody is kind of native there, they own their own land, and they don't pay rent. Most of them, nobody's willing to work for less than $10. So work doesn't really happen, meaning the city is slower, less money circulates because people aren't willing to let go of it, or even earn it, because they don't need to. They got the food and they got the rent covered. So to motivate people, I get it, right? There's certain things which governments created, like taxations and income tax and property tax, just to kind of keep you incentivized to keep working, or you lose that thing you think you own, and then productivity kind of reduces. Even though I understand why it exists, personally, I would prefer it didn't exist, because I actually believe people should own things, right? But at the same time, I know why it's there, and I know it's to incentivize people to work in the market economy, right? So that's usually like where I'm kind of a little bit unsure of where I stand. Then I was talking to my wife, right, and I was telling her, look, we don't really deserve what we have. It's not like we've done anything special. Sure, we may have made some smart financial choices here and there, or we got education, but essentially, there is a big organization with big guns that are protecting our assets, right? Call it the banks or whatever it is. And in any other time in the world, anyone could have come and taken it. And honestly, just because we participated in a social game that benefits us to get it doesn't mean we deserve it. So I'm always questioning myself, right? It's like, well, yeah, I know I don't deserve it. I know I've worked hard for it, but so have many people. It's just they weren't participating in the social game. Some of them were not even invited to play the same social game. So essentially, I have to.
Right. Your role in the game is, yes, you might get rich off of whatever's happening in the world, but your role in the game is to sort of try to, it can be very misused very easily as well, right? You can direct value to very bad things like crypto.
Right.
Yeah. Very good.
Wait, you sound muffled. I can't hear you.
So like very successful people in that business can either direct people to, just fake value and profit off of idiots, or they can direct people to real value and create that blessing where you're amplifying something that's going to be good for everyone.
Correct.
Well,
but here's the issue.
Nature.
Go ahead, Sean.
They say that nature has a value. So the economists have given a value to nature and it's worth like trillions. So when we destroy nature, we're kind of making ourselves less rich. There's a balance to be had. So if you destroy nature too much, you will lose value in the economy because you don't get the benefits from nature that we get for free. But if we were to give value for nature, then we would value it better and save it or something. That's another idea.
Yeah, you're right. I definitely think you need to, like all of the currencies that I'm thinking of. Do you want to go through some currencies for currency ideas? You interested in that?
Yeah. Go ahead.
So basically, if you look at what currency is today, money, we just call it money or currency, whatever this thing is, right? And what we say it is its value or its debt or whatever you want to interpret it as. Built within it are actual physical things, right? There's physical stuff built within it.
Yeah, blood, sweat, and tears.
Well, yeah, but some things have innate value. So you can pull out resources, for example, from that. So resources have value. And it's, yes, based on supply and demand, but they actually do have value and it is a market thing. So there's like a physical thing. You can just even measure it in kilograms and have some market share between kilograms, right? And then what you do when you're optimizing resources, well, you don't want to waste resources because that's losing value. So you want to preserve resources and recycle and not waste things, right? So like if you recycle, you're actually getting resources back. So you're not wasting that currency. You're not wasting that. So anyways, it's like a very physical thing built within, right? So it's one of the things you can pull out. Another thing you can pull out is work, right? People's time. That's definitely there in work. Money buys time. And so it's worth time. If you ever want time, you could just buy it. And that's what's right. That's what slavery was. You would just buy a person and he would be a bunch of time. And then so work is something else you can pull out and you can just pull out hours, right? Doctor has 8 hours a day and Hank has 12 hours a day, right? So you could pull out time from the equation, from whatever is in this money thing. And then the other thing you can pull out is land. You can use land, and land can also be measured. It can be measured based on area or whatever. And the other thing is like built into any economic currency is the idea that you want to retire one day, right? And so like if you're giving a lot of work now because you're young and you can afford it, then that means you won't really need to, you can save up work and spend it later when you're old, when you need people to work for you. So like, and then the currency, we have all of this crisis on, what's going to happen when everything automates itself and no one's going to have any more work to do and there's going to be out of jobs. And it's like, that's a good thing. The less work we need to do, then the less work that is put into any product on the market, it's good. It means it's cheaper. You have to pay less work for it. And so then you get into making a lot of things more efficient, and then the environment eventually, even like if you're being more efficient on land and it's costing less land, you're being more efficient on the environment. So all of the currencies really basically steer the way to making these domains more efficient, and they're physical domains. And then the last thing that's there is just value. I couldn't pull any other currency out of it. I wonder if anyone has another currency idea, but the last thing is just value. And so like the value on on a doctor's work is higher than the value on Hank's work.
Yeah, but if we were to replace a lot of jobs with machines, how are people going to be able to afford, like, how are people going to make money? Like services or something?
Everything the machines make is going to cost less because there's no work being put into it.
Okay, so I have a question, right? I have a couple questions, right? Like, okay, so machines, right? Essentially, right? Let's say we talk about AI and, people claiming AI is going to take their jobs. I don't believe it will, even if it can find machine bodies and stuff. The reason I say that is because, at least not under the current economic model, capitalism needs buyers, right? So you're only going to make things if there's profit, right? If you have people who are going to be able to afford buying what you have. So if people don't have work or any way to meaningfully secure income, whatever that is in this system, then why would people be making products, right? It's like
so the last one is value. That's it. That's all it is. That's all it is. What's the difference between a piece of paper and Action Comics #1?
Value, right?
Oh yeah, but in terms of resources, in terms of land use, in terms of everything else, it's the same.
It's the same, right? But you want the other one more than the other one,
right? So everything there is value. So that's the incentive. That's what we're really working for. And value is great. It's a great thing. We want to increase value in the world. It's great that there's an Action Comics #1 here somewhere.
Interesting. Okay, so essentially though, right? Like, let's say, okay, what incentive is there for the ruling class though, to democratize wealth building? Because the way I see it, right, at least the way the trajectory that we are in, especially the ones in the West, you own less, access to the so-called middle class is drastically reduced. Real estate prices have gone up way more than inflation. Let's say, I don't know, in '60s a house was like $3,000, but the average pay was around $3,000 a year or something. So a house was basically your year's salary. Then today, it's a house, depending on the area, is, let's say, $300,000. And that's not your salary. Your salary is $50,000. So, you see that it's like, I don't know, 6 times more than your salaries, right? So, it's basically becoming almost impossible for you to own anything. And if you already have the ruling class, which we do, and America voted corporations as people, that means something, especially in the future. Now that we have AI and machines, they could essentially participate even more in politics without having to just act as lobbyists, right? Essentially, what I'm afraid of is that we're creating an underclass. I say we, right? This is a Western problem. In Africa, we don't have this problem. But we are creating an underclass of essentially forever poor people. You'll always be subscribers, never owners. Meaning, if you cannot pay for your subscription fee, aka rent, then you're essentially homeless, whatever that means in reality. Versus, right? Like I said, in Africa, we don't even pay property tax. There's no inheritance tax, none of that, right? You basically, property tax is like 0.01%. It's nothing, right? But in America, if you own that $300,000 house, you can pay property tax of $5,000 a year or $4,000 a year, which is insane, right? You're supposed to own the house, but you owe the government $4,000 every year. It just sounds a bit strange.
Right. Yeah. So if you were to value that, and so it's like, what are you actually paying the government there? What money are you paying there for? You're paying land. It's a tax for having land. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's I think essentially, right? At least this is what I believe. I believe that. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Annie.
Well, but no, because the way that it is in America, the property tax goes towards the public schools, the roads, the infrastructure.
There you go.
Yeah, certain. So like this house we're going to inherit, I think the property taxes are like 1,000 a month, maybe. It's kind of high, you know?
Right.
And we have a
Damn.
very nice elementary school, you know, right here. And so
Oh, cool.
people choose neighborhoods kind of based on, you know, the school in this neighborhood is good, so we want to live here, because you can only go to a public school if you live in the right zone. And yeah, the
Right.
property taxes vary wildly from neighborhood to neighborhood. So that's always a consideration when you're buying a house, but it goes towards the infrastructure.
Yeah, that's cool.
So, but the question is, right, like, why do we even have the tax system? I believe the taxes, okay, when we had real money, I say we, right, but I'm really talking about a European history, right? In Africa, we didn't really have money. But when we had money, it was mostly in base metals that were mixed with gold or silver or whatever it was. So if the government wanted to kind of increase the value of basically print money, they literally had to, you know, debase their metals, right? They had to mix it with other things and reduce the pure content of silver or gold or whatever it was. So that basically, you know, they created artificial inflation, right? Now, back in those days, it worked because people actually saw value in the money itself, right? Gold or a physical thing that they could hold in their hands that meant something to them. Today, right? Governments create. Okay, I missed my point. I got it now, right? For governments to do anything, they needed to physically collect the cash, take it, and then pay people literally to do the jobs that needed to be done, right? Whether it was making sure that there was enough grain or whatever it was, they had to collect money, pay people, and then the job gets done. In the modern day, we don't practice that, right? We use modern monetary theory kind of policies. You print the money in your, you know, like say America has the Feds, right? The Fed Reserve. The government tells the Feds, this is what our budget was last year. We want to do more. Give us the money. The Fed gives them the money. Then the government takes the money.
They pay debt for it.
Yeah.
Right.
So,
but it's an official debt. It's not real.
Yeah, it is real. So here's the thing, Bootman. You missed the step. That first step, which is why is money and borrowed into existence in the first place. So money happens because originally families had blood feuds and they kept the double entry books before, so they know who owes what because of who did what to who. So that's why. So pretty much money extension of the accounting system, and they had to loan money exist because money it just isn't. Has to come from somewhere, so they borrow from themselves, borrow from the future, and that's why they coin the money in the first place. That's why we get to use money, is because they're keeping track of their blood feuds, the tribes that rule the world. So
Bootman, your ancestors are ancient Egyptians, I guess, and like their practice was that they believed that, you know, all people own things, and they don't only own things in life, they own things in death. And so they would bury all of their possessions with them when they died, right?
Correct.
Right. But then it would just get looted anyways. So,
correct.
Yeah.
Because of corruption, that's how looting came in. The kings from the future dynasties didn't really protect the previous kings. Actually, it's because of the looting that they stopped building pyramids, right? Because they realized it didn't really protect their money, right? In the end,
it only it advertised it. You're probably better off in an unmarked grave somewhere.
Exactly, which means there's a lot more unmarked graves with a lot more money, right? Somewhere under that desert. But essentially, my point was, right, before we had fiat currency, you literally had to physically collect the tax before you did something. Right now, you don't have to do that. You create this artificial thing called debt. You create money out of nowhere. And you can, again, for a country like America, they can ad infinitum just create money for different reasons. One is, you know, quantitative easing. When you guys are the reserve currency of the world, all the rest of us use your currency to trade. Meaning you could print $5 trillion tomorrow. It won't affect your economy because that money will be circulating around the whole world. And the whole world has trillions of dollars in excess. So if right, exactly. If my country printed money, we would be doing what Zimbabwe was doing, wheelbarrowing money, $1 trillion Zimbabwean dollars on a wheelbarrow, and still wouldn't even buy you a cup of coffee because of the fact that our currency is only locally utilized, right? So you guys have that added advantage. You have to ask yourself, why American, being paid $200,000 a year, but someone in Europe gets paid $50,000 for the same job? I'm talking about medicine as an example. There's artificial scarcity created in America because your currency is the world currency. So, I mean, like, losers in America get paid way more than very, very productive, skilled individuals other places, just because they are in the system of America. Now, the point I'm bringing up here about the difference in money of before and now is essentially governments now create taxes because tax incentivizes you to work. They don't need the tax money from you. I'm talking about specifically America.
Yeah, governments do. Yeah, because everyone's in the government, what are they actually producing in the world? They're not producing anything of value, right? They're doing everything that we need, right? They're doing the value that they produce is like a general thing. So they need the money for roads, they need the money for institutions, they need the money for
Binyamin, that's what I'm telling you, actually. That's why I'm disagreeing, right? They don't need any of that. They don't need your money to do any of those things in a country like America or the United Kingdom. They need your participation in labor, in the labor market, to be able to do those things, not the actual money from you. They don't need the taxes they get from you. They need you to be participating in the labor market.
They need what the money buys.
Exactly.
The money is collected to slow the economy from overheating. So that's why I clear the money back so don't have too much money sloshing around.
Correct. That's the only reason. Correct. That's it. Right. So essentially what happens is they get the Fed to print the money. They build the roads with your labor again, because they need. Okay. So let me draw it cleanly for everyone listening. Right. They don't want you owning your house outright, because if you own your house outright, you just grow your own food and you won't participate in the labor market or the rat race of corporate America, because you don't need to, because rent is the biggest single expenditure every month. So if you actually owned your house, didn't have stupidly expensive property tax, whereby a $300,000 house, you're paying $4,000 a year on property tax, then you also have income tax. You realize, oh wait, if I'm not paying any property tax, I can just grow my own food because I don't need to work. So the labor market won't stand anymore. So the government needs your tax money to force you to pay property tax so you don't lose your house. It's all a game to prevent you from escaping the matrix.
Also, if you have landowners and people who don't own land, so the landowners get to decide, if you get land or not, and how much it costs, and they get to charge rent to, like, some people have like 12 houses and that's how they live. They just charge rent. Yeah,
exactly. So essentially, right, the government makes you pay taxes so you participate in the labor market, and then they burn the extra money, basically pay off the debt that they took from the Fed to kind of make that not, to prevent hyperinflation from happening. But essentially, the main reason for taxes in the modern society is we need you to participate in the labor market, and we need an incentive whereby if you don't do it, you lose your property or whatever it is that you have, so that you no longer can just escape the matrix. Like the current capitalist model requires us to all participate.
Yeah, but what would be your solution? You sound like a libertarian to me, or a conservative libertarian. Is that correct?
Right. I'm actually an anarcho-communalist, but yes, I do have libertarian-leaning ideals. Yes.
So you're like anarchists. What do they believe in again? They don't believe in government or higher power or something?
Right. So I'm actually an African anarchist, right? Like we believe in a decentralized governance, right? Like community-based self-rulership, right? So the community comes together and we just kind of figure it out, right? Everyone trades their skill within that community and things get done that way. We have local town meetings, and if we want to build a road, I mean, this is literally how we built the road near where I live. We all met up, didn't involve the government. We built our own roads and kind of manage our own system.
I want to tell you something that would be awesome and great if one country decides to stay with a government, they can conquer the world. Yeah, they can conquer the world.
Yeah.
We still need no one country.
Yep, that's essentially the thing there. but as I said, right? Okay, so let me. I don't know. Are you guys rich or are you guys poor?
Middle class.
I'm gonna claim poor.
Yeah,
Today.
Okay.
I'm poor in the United States.
Okay, so
I'm also a resident corporation today, so it's
okay, so we got a couple.
I'm rich because richness is satisfaction.
Okay, we got 2 poor people, 1 middle class, and 1 unstated over there, right? But Benjamin, I've heard that your people love money, right? That's what I keep hearing in all these spaces.
We love money.
Yeah,
I think
Like,
wasn't the author of communism also Jewish?
Yep.
yeah. Karl Marx was Jewish. Yes.
Yep.
Money was a necessary evil.
In Judaism, is Judaism quite socialist in its beliefs, in the beliefs of Judaism?
Some people might say so.
I don't know. I don't know how to define it like that. Yeah, I wouldn't put it in a category.
I would say Judaism is socialist towards its own people, the in group, and capitalist towards the out group. Whatever that means.
It might be that might be a cultural thing. That's not a Jewish thing. It might be something that you're thinking about or seeing in the culture that I don't see it in the culture, but it could be. It's not an entirely Jewish thing. Being Jewish is more a national identity and a respect for other nations. That's it.
Yeah, but isn't that the same thing though? It's like social nationalism.
Nazi,
the structure,
basically.
I don't know. The structure. So the structure described in Judaism is a very, very different structure than anyone knows today. Right? It's an ancient structure, and it's a structure that's well recorded, and it's a structure that just doesn't happen today. But there is a structure there, and it's not. It's land is completely treated differently. The social classes are completely treated differently. There's priests, there's Levites, there's different tribes. It's a very different social structure than I don't know. So like, even knowing what that social structure is means you have to start living it in a way.
Correct. I mean, okay, so let's say ancient Judean cultures, the Levites weren't working because their work was the social work, right? Like making sure everyone is well, right? Spiritually and teaching, right? They were basically teachers.
Right. So they weren't allowed to own land. Levites and priests were not allowed to own land. They lived in cities. They got cities, but they didn't get land.
Mm-hmm. Which makes sense, right? Because it disincentivizes corruption as well.
Yes, and the coastal states didn't take up any space, so they didn't need land. They were in hyperspace.
They would also live off of the generosity of the people. Like the people would give all of their first fruits to them. So like the first iPhone you would have to give to them, right? Like you have to give them your first fruits, right?
Right. Yeah, but do you know how well that system is though, right? That's what I was saying earlier, right? That so it reminds me of social nationalism because it also reminds me of like African cultures, right? I'll give you an example. In traditional African cultures, many of them, not all of them, the king lives at the center of the community. Everybody can go to his house, right? It's open. There's no security. It's not like European castles whereby there's a moat protecting the upper class from the people, right? In the African setting, the king, just like the Levite, is exposed, meaning they have to do right by the people, or well, they won't be able to live. That disincentivizes corruption because now the king has to do right by his people. The Levite has to do right by his people because he's obviously he has power as whether it's as a judge, etc. during communal sort of exchanges.
There's a division in I don't know, how would you describe it? There's in incentives. So like each one has to have a pure incentive, not tied up with the other incentive. So the king and the king structure of Israel is completely not incentivized with the priest structure of Israel. Both of them have different agendas. And the priest structure of Israel's agenda is completely independent of what the government is. So you can always rely on them if the government becomes turbulent. Yeah.
Exactly. So my point is, right, the more we move away from those kind of communalist structures, you get corruption seeping in, whereby leaders don't actually care about us. The leaders start, lining their pockets with money as opposed to be thinking about the actual group, because the incentive now is, well, hang on, I'm no longer tethered to the group, so now I do whatever it is that I want.
That's another thing about the priests is were not dependent on money. They didn't have to deal with money. They didn't have to deal with land. They got all of the first fruits. The only purpose they had was for to be a spiritual center.
Yep. So essentially, yeah. So okay, good. So we've got a little bit of understanding of different cultures and how they've structured their systems, right? And as I said, right, with that specific group, Judeans have survived thousands of years because they have that close loop on anti-corruption, right? The system like that really prevents corruption from seeping.
We've been dead for thousands of years because we didn't have a nation, we didn't have a country. So now we've resurrected. Basically, we have a country again.
You're necromancers. I knew it.
Basically, yeah.
Right. Yeah, that's an interesting way of putting it, right? But essentially the money system, right? As I said, when I was younger, I remember learning about the stock market, right? I understood that's how rich people got rich, at least one way, but I didn't understand what it was or how it works. It's only recently, like the last 6 years or 7 years, that I actually sat down and, it's just that simple. You literally take money, you put it on a security that's guaranteed by the government. And we know Uncle Sam, right, American government, always pays back their debts. And even the one time they defaulted, they eventually paid it back. So, and you get like 6% depending on which government bond. You're like, so if I have money sitting there, it just grows and it's slightly higher than inflation. Great, simple. So you just realize all I have to do is just save 100K, and then the money will grow itself basically after that on someone else's labor. Then you just realize, shoot, this is just how the rich people have been getting rich. It was not the let me get rich quickly poor people thing of day trading. It was long-term hedging on, basically insured securities. I mean, that kind of blew my mind a little bit.
Well, don't they make more money from trading than just putting your money in bonds? I think most people make a lot of money from trading stock.
No, because they lose more money from trading because it goes on Brownian motion. You're just gambling at that point because it's not.
Correct.
On short scales, the stock won't go any way. On long scales, it's going up. So traders normally lose money because it's random.
It's just gambling. Day trading is just gambling. Unless you have like inside knowledge, which some people do, it's just gambling.
I still think that if you put like €100 in the stock market instead of the bond market, you probably would make more money, especially in America, than in the bond market. I could be wrong.
You mean like long-term stocks or like day trading? You mean actual stocks, right?
No, like in the Forex, the 500 company thing where you put all your money in that.
That's a scam.
An ETF. If you put an ETF short, it's probably going to go up. But
all that Forex stuff, that's just a scam. It's not real. It's just scam.
Yeah, I don't trust Forex. Yeah, I don't trust Forex, but I would trust an ETF. Like that Fortune 500.
Yeah. I mean, Sean, right? So I was precise. I used the term insured securities. A government bond, you're like 99.9999% sure the government will pay you. And if the government can't pay you, you have bigger issues, right? The whole country's economy would already collapsed or something, meaning your money would have been pointless at that point anyways. Something bigger has happened for you not to get paid back. So, but with the so-called day trading, you're just gambling, right? It's like putting money on red or black in Las Vegas. It's not real, right? Yeah, you might make more money. I've made money there before, but it's just gambling.
I mean, if you want to make money now,
money gambling.
If you want to invest somewhere now, invest in Iran as soon as they make their revolution there. Invest fast because their money's worth nothing now. You could probably buy a huge piece of land over there for really cheap.
Right.
And I'm sure a whole bunch of people are already bidding for behind closed doors, bidding for being able to invest there, so that they could, because they know what everyone knows that they can invest there. There's a big vacuum.
Yep.
Yeah,
What do you think?
Iran
What's
is
gonna
quite scary.
happen? What's gonna happen in Iran? Like next 6 months? What's gonna happen?
What's going to happen, or what should happen?
No, I'm asking you what you think's gonna happen.
Yeah. No, I think eventually, I don't know how soon, but eventually they will conquer it. Okay, so what did Hitler do when he saw he was losing? He decided to kill more Jews. So what are they going to do? They're probably going to shoot more rockets at some point. That's what we're expecting here. But I don't think they'll even be able to be honest. I don't think if we get rockets, we'll take care of them, but I don't think they'll even be able to shoot rockets. But yeah, eventually. And I hope not too many people will die. But I thought the strategy since the beginning of the war is just do arms smuggling into Iran to the people. Arms and walkie-talkies, and let them organize themselves. Just give them the weapons they need. Like, that's what we should have done since the beginning.
The hell? Why?
Yeah.
Why the hell would you want to give Persian citizens firearms?
So they could take matters in their own hands and
kind
take
of
the
like
country
how
back.
they took matters in their hands and got rid of the Shah in the first place.
Let me tell you, some alien dictator came to the U.S. and he is now in charge. What would the people do?
Well, we're already armed.
There you go.
That's the difference.
There you go.
Deport them. We deport them.
We're also not overthrowing our own government, unless you want to count that same concept with the Civil War, right? But Iran's got a history of revolution.
Yeah, but they don't have the weapons.
Of course, they count the Civil War.
Well, now, see, I agree with the concept of the Persians killing themselves. I'm no qualms there, right? But give them weapons, right? Yeah, they're just going to basically, let's just say hypothetically, the Shah is going to come back in place, right? And let's hypothetically say history just repeats itself like it did before, right? Everybody decides, oh, I'm going to run around in the streets with bikinis, right? But the people that decide they want to be religious have had enough of that bullshit, and so they're going to have another revolution. Don't give these fuckers weapons.
But we make so much money selling weapons to them. Come on, man.
That's true too. No, it wouldn't be money. It would be giving it to them so they could. It would be donating it.
Well, that's what getting them separate sticks. Someone's got to buy them, build the weapons and sell them.
But right now, I know they've got plans. I know the governments have plans. All of them. They have had them for years, and they have their finger on the trigger. So it's only a matter of time. There might be other things that are happening that we're not even aware of that they're not allowed to tell us because it's going through like CIA, Mossad sort of level things. So maybe we're waiting on those to be able to do something, but it seems like there's definitely plans in the works.
Well, there's going to be a shitload of countries, of countries that go in for the infrastructure. Yeah, in 2011, 2012, I think, those were the 2 years I was in Toronto.
They sold in the last little bit a whole bunch to China, like they were selling out their country. So China owns a huge chunk already.
Sure. Yeah. Well, that's going away, right? So the example generally would be like if you look back in look just before the JPOAC went into effect, right? So like the year before that, Canadians were out of their mind in that country. They were investing in drilling software specifically. I don't know why, but that was their thing, right? There must have been like 9 companies, large ass companies that were involved there. The French were literally up their ass in about 10 different ways within basically reactor equipment, specifically the equipment, not just the reactor, but other stuff, right? The Germans were like crazy in there. The moment that anybody thought the door was open to go into business, right? They were there. They were literally there the year before the JPOAC even started to take effect, right? So as soon as this asshole gets run out, right, that's exactly what's going to happen. Everybody's going to run in and try to conduct business. Giving them weapons, no. Letting them do anything other than continue to sell off their shit is what's probably most likely going to happen and what should happen. Well, there's no way in hell I'm trusting a goddamn country that's notoriously known for like overthrowing their leaders. And not to be fair, from the American side, right? Don't forget they took our fucking diplomats hostage for over a year. We still ain't got our revenge over that one yet.
I think most of the world is going to end up trusting them very quick, and they're going to turn around really quick. I think so.
No, outside of business, no.
And I think a lot of the problems in the Middle East are going to get solved by that too, because they were funding mostly everything. There's only really just Qatar left.
No, there'll be another group that takes off, right? Like the only fucking grounding that we have in the Middle East is quite literally Israel. That's the only thing that we have that's even remotely stable. It just so happens that everybody wants to pick fights with them for some strange reason.
The UAE is pretty stable too, I think, but they're profiting off of oil.
Yeah, I mean, when the oil money dries up, the Arabs are going to go back to their usual, shenanigans. So this is very short term, trust me. And the Arabs don't have any real infrastructure, right? They're not educated. They don't have manufacturing or anything. It's just oil extraction. And even the companies, they might own high percentages in the companies, but they themselves cannot actually do like oil engineering. Like at least with the Nigerians, they actually have engineers who can do it. They just disorganized. But with the Arabs, they literally don't have Arab people who are qualified in that whole field at all. So the moment the oil money dries up, you're going to see them going back to typical Arab behavior.
I wouldn't call them uneducated. They named all the stars, pretty much. So,
okay, I mean that's the ancestors, right? Like the ancestors were pretty cool, right? But the current Arab is a Muslim waiting to.
I like what Annie said. Yeah, I like what Annie said, that no one's a monolith. It's really hard to judge an entire people based on the most extreme.
But aren't you doing that in Gaza? It's kind of hard to do. I mean, if you were to do Gaza, I mean, the liberal inside me would say maybe we could have got rid of Hamas more humanely. How could we have got rid of Hamas more humanely than nuking them or blowing the fuck out?
You need future tech. You need way more future tech to get rid of them more humanely. We could have put them all to sleep with some gas darts from specialized drones that are smaller than a bee. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I guess Sean is trying to tell you, right? Like at the end of the day, there is that zero-sum game between the enemy versus you, and you do have to dehumanize the enemy a little bit to get anything done. Otherwise, you just be in eternal limbo. You can't make any choices because
I don't think you have to dehumanize them. You just don't have to. Like, you can humanize them and just not even like them. Like, you don't have to like them, but they're still human. You don't dehumanize them. Yeah.
But you have to dehumanize them, right? Because if you kill them, you have to, let's say, this is a bad, evil demon. It's not really a human like me.
Yeah, but you don't kill them. You kill the ones that are trying to kill you. That's what.
But what if they hide?
Killing your citizens, the ones that commit atrocities.
What if they hide under innocent people? What do you do? It's a difficult situation to deal with, I think.
Well, first of all, there's no innocent people. They're civilians. They're unarmed. They shouldn't be killed. But I wouldn't say any of them are completely innocent. And I don't know. I would have done it a bit different. I would have just torn down the border in Egypt and pushed them all into Egypt. Really, they're all just Egyptians anyway. They all came from Egypt.
True.
Yeah.
But I think Egypt is refusing to take them.
Weren't a lot of them Canaanites or from Lebanon or whatever the fuck?
No, I mean today, their population today, they're all Egyptian. They're the same population. They've just been cut off into Gaza.
Why can't we just gas them?
Because they're humans.
I'm sure that was a more layered joke.
But yeah, we could have done sleep gas in the tunnels too. We could try that. I'm sure that's what they did a lot of the times. I didn't take part in that.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm a pacifist deep down. I don't believe in harming other humans.
Ah, God, see that's why you're going to be on the bottom all the time, right? You're gonna have to get some backbone and fight something, right? Something.
I don't know, man. I'm chicken tender. I'm boneless.
Oh, anyways,
I'm gonna
Not
fight
just-
big tech.
not just Gaza, right? Like they need to be exterminated. You know what? I'm going to even start using the word final solution, right? I don't know why it's not good enough for them too.
I used to go on and moniker genocide Hank when the war was just starting, but since Israel was too slow to finish the job, I just don't care. Just do what you want.
I've also got a bone to pick with Lebanon too. So like right after we get finished with Gaza, right? Like I kind of need to move a little bit fucking north and take care of Lebanon, right? Like, we got some qualms there that needs to be settled too.
I mean, it's really weird. We still have the land south of the Litani. No one wants it back. No one's trying to take it. No one's like, people are supposed to come in and be peacekeepers there, but no one wants to do it. So we're still there. It's kind of crazy.
I oppose giving up the Sinai Peninsula, but I understood why, it was wanted to be given up as the trade back. Just
If you want someone to take the land, build a casino or micro center there. I'm sure
we
people
should have
want
given
that.
we should have given them the Gazas with the Sinai. That would have solved a lot of problems.
Wow, guys, man. We should be pacifists, man. Like, war is bad. Human.
What? No, sir. War is highly profitable. Matter of fact, right?
War is
War
bad,
was
but if you're not
the-
ready for it, you'll get killed.
Israel would not have existed without war. And I happen to like my business partners. The entire missile defense shield that we surround Russia with is actually built off of their technology with the Iron Dome. Strange little fun fact, right? A system that they fucking designed, we just basically scaled it up a little bit. What are you talking about? These people are fucking awesome, right? And they would not have existed had it not been for war.
I don't know, man. I think. Look, I think Judean people are extraordinarily good at surviving, right? So, I think Israel would have eventually succeeded. I don't know. They would have found a way to get it, even without war.
I'm particularly don't care how they came about. I just like the business trade.
Interesting. You guys don't have humanity, right? Like, for the other.
Think about that for a moment, right? So here's my argument for why they all ought be killed, right? Let's just hypothetically say, within any conflict, right? You just kill the parents, right? Leave the kids, right? So they grow up, right? They have a little bit of animosity. Oh, mommy and daddy are gone. Woe is me. What do I do? Oh, I think I will go back to my vengeful self and act in some capacity against the people that killed my parents.
Yeah, Anakin didn't leave the kids, and Tasha didn't leave the kids. Why should we leave the kids? Come on.
Yeah, let's just
You could have.
I hypothetically say we should just start anybody that's not us. We're going to just label them Malachites and finish what that got started.
Yeah, that's probably not going to happen, but it's a good, important opinion to share. I agree.
Interesting. Although there is one good thing Israel's done recently is acknowledging Somaliland as a country. I think that's.
Oh, you like that?
Yeah, 100%. They've had a very interesting history, right? They're being forced to associate with a shithole Somalia when they've actually ruled themselves for the last 30 years, peaceful, right. And it just didn't even make sense. I know why they don't want to accept them. It's because African Union claims if they legitimize Somaliland as a country, then every other belligerent African ethnic group that doesn't want to be part of the nation state will just do the same thing. That's essentially why they don't want to do it.
Yeah.
But I think it's a bad argument, right? They've been ruling themselves. They have their own currency. They're peaceful. They have their own economy and everything, and their own little support. I mean, police and everything.
And they have a really strong claim to nationhood as well. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So
they
people,
all of the requirements and all the international law, everything. They fulfill everything. Yep.
Yeah. Trump talked about recognition, right? But I think he's holding out for a military base. I think it's before he gives his little rubber stamp, right? I'm a little pissed that Israel got to him first, right? To dicks. They're always where we're not. I hate them being first, right? Like our competition is slacking really bad here.
No, you guys did really well in Venezuela, dude.
You know what? I almost want to count this as like an achievement, but think about it, right? Like, I mean,
you probably could have pulled off Iran without. Yeah, you probably could have pulled off Iran based on all of the drills and stuff that they had, but it was like a red carpet instead of whatever they were planning for.
Yeah, like most of their kills were like collateral damage within bombing, right? When you're talking about like actually going in there, I think there were like only like 14 people killed in the building, like even if that. Like there wasn't much of a fight. Like there's no glory, right? It's like beating on a retarded kid, right? You can do it and you can win, right? But you can't claim glory from it, right? Because it's just nothing there. Now, what I want to see is a pop off with Iran, right? I'm kind of, I know this is my sadistic side here, right? But I'm kind of hoping Iran fires off a couple missiles, right? Because the last time Israel said, you know, was when we tried to put Israel on a leash, right? They fucked them up badly, and it was hilarious to watch, and I think it's deserved.
Josh, you understand me? That's why I don't claim triumphs over Snafu and Stevens. It's being up on retarded kids. It just doesn't make a difference to me.
What I'm gonna be pissed is if Israel gets there first. That's gonna piss me off. I'm tired of it. It was our embassy, right?
It's our corner of the neighborhood, man. We're here. We're closer. Come on.
I know, but it's a little bit more personal for us, right? Like, no, maybe that's a bad argument too, right? Because it's been fucking death to Israel's been chanted all over the place there. So I don't know. I just want a lot of Americans
side to Iran as well, and what they're doing and what they're funding, all the chaos in your country is insane.
Yeah, well, that's going to be the CIA. Well, no, hold up. I thought Mossad did a pretty damn good job killing their little fucking nuclear designer. Right, I thought that was an awesome system, but they set up that fucking truck to just fucking fire off a machine gun remotely and just gun that bastard down. Damn, I don't know. I don't. We got competition is the problem. Now I say it's good competition. I'm just tired of y'all doing it first.
As long as it gets done.
Yeah. See, this is what I like about Israel. They get things done a little bit faster. Well, apparently we're dragging our ass over here in the West. We can't get shit done fast. We're still having problems with this.
I think you can. So like all of these things are plans. Like you had plans for all this stuff already. Just no one was pulling the trigger. Like they were always on the table or on the shelf. But no one pulled the trigger on any of them. Yeah.
Maybe. Right? Maybe. But maybe that's the problem. See, I think Trump is actually the okay, I'm going to call him a belligerent asshole, right? But we like belligerent assholes. Well, we like shit getting done, right? So what? It just happens to be a belligerent jerk, right? But the problem is I think it's setting a new precedence for authoritarianism within the U.S., right? I think it's going to set. I think Trump is actually, in the next 25 years, I think Trump is going to look a lot more moderate in 25 years compared to what comes next.
Yeah. I mean, I see that. But my question is, right, like, okay, America's new sort of, strongmanism, is it going to work for them the way they think it's going to work for them? Or it's just going to create, that's now all right. That's the question.
No. Soft power is going to be a lot harder to achieve. It's going to be a hell of a lot harder to achieve.
Right, and in a way, I'm kind of seeing
it's going to fall. There's going to be less democracies around the world.
Well, there are no.
I think they mean like Republican.
Okay, yeah. Those are been around for like 2,000 years. That's nothing new there.
Yeah, Republic's one. Sean.
I don't know. I think everything. I don't know. I see a lot more harder to trade.
Let me trade about the claim I'm making. Right, the way it looks is that with some of Trump's actions, right, just kind of Trump is behaving like the Chinese Communist Party. He's taking executive orders into his hands and just doing whatever he thinks is necessary. Now, the Chinese Communist Party do that, but they argue with the whole, group of Chinese statespeople, and they do it really quickly. With America, it just seems like America is alienating themselves from the rest of the world. I actually feel right now that the collapse of the United States dollar as a reserve currency is going to actually happen faster now, because no one can, trust America anymore. Because now America feels like they can just take out anyone they want.
I couldn't disagree more. I think America is cleaning up their country way faster than anyone else is even waking up. And like if I was a betting person, I would say they were going to survive whatever's coming for the rest of the world.
But
So
what
it's
if
going to be
China boycotts the dollar for trading oil? Isn't all oil traded in dollars? And isn't that true? The petrodollar? That's what.
only on the participant side, right? So anybody that basically isn't trying to skirt sanctions, the answer would be yes. If anybody is trying to skirt that, no. So it just depends.
So some countries don't do it, like Russia. They trade with gold or their rubles. But essentially, like all the Arab countries, Nigeria, all the big oil companies do it, yes. Just a couple outsiders like Russians don't do it.
Right. And the Chinese, do they trade in oil with dollars?
Yeah, both yes and no. It depends on who they're trading with.
Yeah, with Russia, obviously they trade whatever Russia is willing to trade with. But yeah, the rest of the world, yeah, it's still dollars.
Who's that Jewish fella that made the petrodollar in the 1970s when they got rid of the gold? A Jewish diplomat for America.
I don't know. No idea. You tell me.
He's a famous Jewish diplomat who was very famous in the 70s.
Talking about Henry. Which one?
Yeah.
I like the clash on because Bootman was very afraid to say that word, and you're just like throwing it around. Pretty powerful. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you mean Henry Kissinger, right?
Yeah, he started the petrodollar and got rid of the gold standard or something.
And then
it was either Kissinger or Nixon, one or the other. I mean, I don't know.
I think he's referring to Kissinger.
Oh, okay.
Maybe.
Wait, what? Why you got a gripe against Kissinger?
He kept repeating the J's.
I admire him. I kind of get what he's doing because America was losing its power of the dollar because they were in debt in the Vietnam War. So instead of replacing the gold, he replaced it with oil, which is great.
Well, you think we were going broke in Vietnam? We made a shit ton of money in Vietnam.
Well, I'm kind of eco-socialist, so I don't really like the use of fossil fuels. So I'd rather you not use fossil fuels, but that's my dictatorship. If I were a right-wing eco guy, I would not be doing what Trump is. If I was a right-wing Trump guy that was into saving the environment, I would not do exactly what Trump's doing. But I kind of agree with what Trump is doing on the racial stuff because I'm a bit racist. But
yeah, I'm not real big on the whole environment concept, right? So like if we're talking about the Vietnam War, right? Like so Agent Orange, which is basically a herbicide, it's designed to kill fucking plants. If you got an agricultural or a people that are dependent on agriculture, that's exactly what you do. You just burn the crops, and in this case, you just gas the crops.
Yeah, I mean, I got a question. Sean.
Answer.
Sean, right? Let me ask you a question, right? So you said you're eco-socialist or
eco-socialist, kind of conservative.
Right. So my question is this, and this is the question I have for everyone who has an idealism, right? Are you willing to not use the internet or any of the technologies that you have, since they're all relying on fossil fuels? Are you willing to? So I guess my point is, like, are you willing to put your money where your mouth is, or you just believe it's ideal to not use fossil fuels?
Yeah, I'm a hypocrite. I obviously would rather have technology that comes from fossil fuels, but I would reduce it slowly. We should have reduced the consumption slowly, like 50 years ago. But since we've delayed it so long, we're probably gonna have to do extreme things to solve it now because we've
No,
delayed
no
it so
extreme
long.
things. Just reduce it. It's fine. No extreme.
Wait,
things. You can still
reduce
just-
it and then convert to what exactly?
Yeah, nuclear. What's the alternative, basically?
Renewable energy. We could do a war effort. I mean, if I were Trump, I would do a war effort to solve the environmental problems.
Okay,
No, but
Let's
Trump
go back.
doesn't want, to solve that problem.
go back to the renewable, right? Like, so I'm guessing you're talking about like solar, wind, stuff like that, hydro.
Nuclear. I'm pro-nuclear too. Not
Yeah,
against
nuclear
it.
Okay. Here's my question on the nuclear concept, right? Let's say you owned a land, right? Would you allow the government to build a nuclear reactor in your backyard? Not on your property, but your next door neighbor's property, just behind your house.
I would. I'd ask
Well,
the
that's what
workers, too.
France did. That's what France did. They built 14 nuclear power plants in 14
So-
years. Like most
so let me-
nuclear power plants are government run.
Sure. Let me add something there, right? So regarding France, right? France owned their own mining for uranium deposits, meaning France actually. The reason why France invested in nuclear technology is because they have long-standing colonial relationships with the countries that they used to own. So basically, they got free uranium, and right now, uranium again, it's a very low occurring resource, right? So America would have to essentially go create war in Central Africa just to kind of maintain its uranium deposits against the Chinese and the Russians. Are you guys willing to do that, right? Because that you essentially have to fight you have to invade an African country essentially in order to have that constant power supply for uranium, as an example of one of the most used fuel sources.
Well, we've invested a lot of money in nuclear fusion, which is starting to come around.
I don't believe that will happen. That will work.
Maybe not,
Yeah.
but we've invested a lot. So it might pay off at some point in the future. It's always 50 years away.
Maybe 1,000 years, right? Like the
And there's
technology
other
is
kinds of nuclear. Yeah, at my university, we had a nuclear power plant where I was doing labs. I mean, it's nuclear is very safe. Especially today. You saw that even with Fukushima. Fukushima was fine.
So, my issue really is that you guys don't have access to uranium, and are you willing to invade another country to have a constant supply? Because France essentially owns.
You could get uranium here. Why not?
No, I mean, so let me explain the
We're
problem,
doing
right?
it for oil. I'm just saying that if you want to replace oil, we'll have to reduce our energy consumption or replace it with other renewable energy stuff like geothermal,
There's also thorium.
solar, wind.
Thorium. You can
Thorium.
find another nuclear reaction. But uranium is present everywhere in the world. It's a naturally occurring radioactive material. It's everywhere.
All right. So let me be precise, right?
Maybe
So
not in high concentrations, but it's everywhere, and you can definitely get a concentration out of it.
So let me be precise, right? Oil is used because it's reliable. You just put it in and it works as I want and when I want. Solar and wind obviously rely on things which may or may not be there, and also storage issue like batteries, and that's also another issue. With nuclear, it works also, but then again, finding a healthy amount of uranium deposits that you can rely on requires war. So essentially, as long as you guys are willing to invade another country to get a constant supply of uranium, then it's good. France, what I'm saying is France only has nuclear because they literally own 5 West African countries where they have massive mines there. So if you're willing to do something similar, 100% nuclear.
I heard the Russians have taken the
Over.
governments there, and they're not getting the uranium as cheaply or something.
I mean, you
Correct.
can pay for uranium the same way that you pay for oil. It's not a big deal.
It's all about reliability. That's essentially the thing. You don't want to end up utilizing a technology that you are reliant on the benevolence of the international market. You want to control the market. France controls the market, basically. So
I have a weird. Okay, so like for the U.S., this shit's definitely not going to work. I like the idea of so nuclear power plants. I mostly don't Like, I don't oppose them. However, within the real estate of the United States, nobody wants one near their property because it has a horrible effect on property value, right? So you'd effectively have to push it off onto people. Now that would solve any type of like power problem for say houses and shit like that, right? But now we got a different problem when we talk about transportation. Americans love fucking cars. Yes, we have Amtrak, right? Like we have these like public fucking transportation. We don't like them. We don't use them. We're lazy assholes. We like to get in our car and go whenever we want because it makes us feel free for whatever reason, right? How are you going to convince 340 million people to give up their fucking vehicles slowly?
Well, if we don't do anything about it, climate change is going to force us because when the weather gets worse, then people are going to have to do things differently.
No.
Okay.
Climate change won't do anything.
What do you mean by climate change? Like as in the earth is getting warmer?
Yeah, I believe in the climate science stuff. I'm a hypocrite. I'm like half conservative, half liberal. I'm cognitive dissonance here. At least I believe in climate change, though.
Yeah. It's fair. It's fair. So, do you or do you not believe that we are currently in the tail end of an ice age?
No, we're heading to an ice age, but we're delaying it. We're delaying it because we're releasing more CO2. So we're actually in the Holocene or something, where the climate is quite even. It's actually rare historically; it never really happened before. And now we're supposed to be heading to an ice age, but we're delaying it. We're releasing CO2. That's what they say.
I think you want to type into Google, "Are we currently in an ice age?" And tell me that word that pops up with the letter Q.
So there's a few different cycles. Yeah, ice ages come from a few different things. So on the huge cycle of 200 million years, we only came out of the ice age about 3 million years ago, out of the peak. So we're like still very close to that ice. But then on like we're coming out of several different ice ages. So one of them happened in like the 1700s. There was another little mini ice age there on that wavelength. So then it gets hotter and then it gets colder and then it gets hotter. So we're getting hotter still from that ice age that we came out of as well. Mm-hmm. And then there was another one about like 20 years ago, which isn't, you can't call it an ice age, but it was a cooler period in climate. But overall, in the last 10,000 years, we've been very stable.
No, it's the last 10,000 years or 20,000 years. The climate has been flat, like in long term.
Yep.
But
that's right.
But we're heading into an ice age because the Milankovitch cycle thing, whatever, the Earth going around the sun thing. So, but the many ice ages you're talking about in the 17th century and stuff like that, they're not called an ice age in the scientific term. They're called cold periods or something. But they're not really mini ice ages. An ice age is way colder.
No, it's not.
It's mini ice age. But
yeah, it's not about being cold. It's about being on a part of a cycle.
Right.
Yeah, but they weren't in the cycle of the Milankovitch cycle where it makes you go to an ice age. They were in the top part. I'm just saying that there was cold periods in our.
We'll call them by the right words, and we'll make you happy.
Well, this is serious stuff. I mean, anyway, I'm just saying that climate science is correct. And ask AI, because I can't use AI myself there. So the AI will say we're not in an ice age right now.
Really? Because I can give you the name of the ice age, and we're technically at the tail end, so naturally would imply that we're supposed to get warmer.
By definition, ice age means that both poles have constant ice storages, right? And yeah, we are there. We're thousands of years away from all the ice melting.
Yes, technically, yes.
Yeah.
So I could be wrong there. I'm not sure, but
we'll even get to the
I heard.
We'll get to the nitty gritty. Right, so let's hypothetically say who's going to benefit from. Let's just say renewable, and let's say solar, right? Who is the leading producer of solar panels on planet Earth currently?
China.
Well, it used to be America and Europe, and now it's China because it's cheaper to make it there.
If it was ever America, right, like it would have been like day one when some technology was made, right? But that couldn't have lasted very long. Year tops. I would have said like maybe 12 days at best. We don't manufacture shit. So who is the
Well, no, you
master?
still do a lot of weapons. America still has 20% manufacturing in their economy. Like they still do a lot of shit.
Only at a component level of certain things that we export out, and somebody else like basically puts that together and then sells it back to us. Kind of like what we do with oil, right? Like we buy oil from people, like crude, and then refine it and then sell it back to them. Same concept within certain technologies. In this case, it would be solar cells. There's only very few things that are, they're not a fully assembled unit. It's component level. And
anyway, I'm just saying that if you want a war effort to solve the climate and environmental problems we have, we need a World War II war effort, like an emergency war effort to solve it. Because if we don't, we can get really badly hurt from the environmental problems.
How do you feel about China having more power or authority or say, however you want to describe it, in the globe? How would you feel about China being a little bit more powerful than what you see today? Did you cut out, or is it me?
Yeah, no, he's roboting. Yeah.
It's to make more renewable stuff, whatever.
You roboted out. We missed a lot of that. Could you say that again, pretty please?
I would tax the Chinese stuff and then subsidize the American companies that make the renewable energy and nuclear crap.
Subsidy. So place tariffs more that's already on China, but place, I don't know, like another 25% on China, and then have more tax dollars go to corporations.
Yeah, it's socialism basically.
That's socialism? No, socialism would be. Are we talking about mixed market economy type of socialism, or are we talking about like, you know, the state owning the means?
This is what Trump is doing. Trump is a national socialist. He's kind of a Nazi. I'm just saying that he's doing socialism in a wrong way. I would rather him do socialism, national socialism, on an eco-friendly way. That's all.
What are you doing? What's best for America right now, for sure.
Yeah, what do you think has changed within the United States since Trump has come into office, economically speaking?
Well, he's increasing the tariffs, especially those that trade with Iran. I'm just saying, if you want to solve the environmental problems, you could do it in a socialist way, in a capitalist way, or whatever. There's loads of ways to solve climate change and environmental problems.
Yeah, but in this case, somebody's going to be a little bit more controlling of the system, and it ain't going to be us.
So like there are environmental problems that are way worse than this climate thing right now. So like overfishing, that's pretty crazy what overfishing is doing. There's our water use, how cities are crumbling underneath the world. Like there's a whole bunch of environmental problems that have nothing to do with climate change. Like the plastic in the ocean, these islands. Yeah. Just saying.
Yeah, I have no problem with going back to paper bags. I have no problems with fucking slaughtering trees either. So what you want to do? You want to deal with emissions, or you want to deal with deforestation?
Right, there you go.
Problem?
Wait, you want to cut down all the trees of the world?
Yeah, if we need to get rid of, like, for example, getting rid of plastic, right? Like, what are we going to convert to? Paper? Like, if I'm going to go to a grocery store, right, and buy my plastic, it's already fucking. Keep in mind, the stuff that I buy is wrapped in plastic, right? But
yeah,
it's about the plastic bags that we have, right? To take those out, right, we're going to have to replace those plastic bags with something. The paper bags, that's an option. And so to make paper,
well, we could also grow hemp, and we can make products not need plastic and paper. We can make stuff out of like
whale blubber, yes.
seaweed, or you just buy less stuff, which is not great for the economy. But that's probably what's going to happen if you want to save the environment.
You realize that the reason why the United States is on the top of the food chain is because of consumerism, correct? Like, you understand this, right?
Yeah, but this is going to happen in the whole world. The whole world is going to have to do this. Like, it's not only America.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, so the United States, aside from food, let's take agriculture off the table. I'm not even sure how to count that, right? But generally, like, as in an idea of manufacturing, right? And aside from weapons, right? What else do you think we can make?
Pretty much weapons.
Software and services and fancy finance.
Yeah, but unfortunately, we're going to lose all of that, right? Because if we're taking out plastics, right? Believe it or not,
you make a lot of good movies and pornography
made out of more plastic than anything. And electronics is basically
you can't ban plastic as a material. It's a material. You can't ban it. It just doesn't work. Of course not.
Well, the UN tried to do it there a year ago. They were trying to do a regulation on plastic there a year ago, the UN, and it failed.
You have to control your waste. You have to recycle. You have to figure out ways not to pollute, for sure. That's it.
On behalf of Trump's, one of his last executive orders, I'd say in the last, 72 hours, right? Fuck the UN. We do what we want to do.
Yeah, pretty much.
So you want to get rid of the UN and NATO and all those things?
That's what we have to do.
You guys are free to have at UN and do. How about paying your fucking own defense bill, right? Like, you guys are absolutely entitled to have it, whatever you want. Just pay for it yourself. We don't care. And if Russia invades, it's your problem. Just hands off of our guys, right? So you ain't fucking touching. You ain't touching the UK, unfortunately. Like, I mean, to be fair, they need a little bit of help, right? But you ain't touching the UK. You're not touching Germany.
The UK is being touched.
So I mean, aside from that, right, the rest of the countries, I don't care. The former Soviet satellite countries, Estonia, Latvia, they can go back to Russia. I don't give a shit.
Right. So my argument against, let's say, climate change as an African is it won't affect us at all. It only affects the rich countries. So, you know,
well, it might get warmer and drier. It might get wetter and drier and warmer and all that crap. It probably is already happening.
Right. So, right. You see, here's the issue with the climate change argument, right? It's not an existential threat. A couple degrees isn't going to make humans extinct. What will happen is the weather patterns will change, but change just means they'll reach a new equilibrium. So it's really is not an issue at all for Africans. It's only an issue for rich countries that have developed ecosystems that rely on a very precise, systematic prediction currently as it functions. For us, it won't make any difference.
Well, I'm not sure about that. You got to research more about this, guys. The UN has the IPCC, the International Panel on Climate Science or something. And they're all like big scientists that talk about climate stuff, and they wouldn't agree with you at all.
Yeah. Let me oversimplify it for you. So there is an organization that has people that write stuff down on a piece of paper and do one thing: ask for money.
Right.
Pretty much.
So you want us to listen to them? Why?
Yeah, Sean, let me explain something, right? So, Sean, I'm also a scientist. I have a PhD, right? Shout out to me. But I've written many science papers and everything. It's mostly bullshit. Science is bullshit, right? It's not true, and it's just a white man trying to lie to you. So don't believe it, right? I guarantee you half of the papers I wrote was just bullshit, right? It's all bullshit. My PhD was probably bullshit, right? I just made up everything. I didn't lie. I just made it up. Right? There's no such thing as electrons or all these things. The white man just made it in a fantasy. So don't believe in science. It's all a lie. I guarantee you. And that's from a scientist.
Duh. But
yeah,
the thing
that's
is,
very scientific. I don't think you're a scientist there.
No, he really does have a PhD. He technically is there, yes.
Yes, I am technically a scientist. It is actually in renewable energy, specifically on like solar panels, thermoelectrics, and that kind of metamaterials. It is specifically on renewable energy. It's bullshit, Sean. It's not true. You've been sold a lie and you believe it.
And I'm a businessman now. We got registered a corporation.
Shalom. Nice. I'm a businessman too. The taxman wants my money now.
Of course. And this isn't my first one. This is just a new one.
Yeah. So Sean, let me explain something, right? You can argue against my point, but I'll explain climate science, right? The temperature increasing by a couple degrees, and they will claim that it's human caused, meaning the extra CO2s and other sort of they call them what do you call it, gases. I forgot the term that they use. Anyways, these gases increases vibration, which increases the retention of heat within the atmosphere. Some of them deplete the ozone layer, which is supposed to protect us from harmful rays and overheating, etc. Yeah, that's all true, right? That is not untrue. Humans have obviously increased the temperature in some ways, one way or another. However, the difference is by a couple degrees. Now, a couple degrees will change the weather patterns. That's a fact. But a changing weather pattern is not the same as random shit happening that is an existential threat to human civilization. Yeah, some parts that used to be sunny will be now a bit colder. You will adapt to it. There's no existential threat anywhere. It's a lie. For humans to have existential threat, you would need the sun itself to change its behavior, right? Us increasing it by a couple degrees will change things, but a change does not mean bad. It just means different. That's the point. So you've been fed a lie to make you so afraid of it. And I'll use Africa as an example, right? In my country, in the north, where the Somalis live, we have something called drought, right? Now, drought happens periodically. But do you know what the white man's lied to us, telling us, oh, climate change is the reason you have that drought? No. Ethiopians have been writing about drought for the last 1,000 years. It's always happened. What's happening now is these idiots believe the lie of climate change. So they think that the reason why their cows are dying and they're dying is because of climate change. No, Ninja, it's because you don't have enough watering plants around. You don't have aquifers. You don't have access to wells. And then your animals die because there's no water. It's not because of climate change. It's because you did not build the watering stations. So that's my point, Sean. It's a lie. Right? There's no such thing. Climate change is just the weather changing itself, and we will meet a new normal, right? It's not going to make much difference. Plants aren't going to stop growing on the ground.
You're right. I hope you're right. As they say, prepare for the worst, hope for the best. That's what the Jews do well.
No, you don't have to. Like I said, right? Look, this is basic thermodynamics, right? 2 or 3 degrees extra will make the weather patterns change. That's a fact. However, what is it that you need to happen? Plants need to grow. Bees need to pollinate. None of that is going to be changed by a couple degrees increase in temperature on this planet. Remember, right? That's not going to kill
There's one trackable change that happens. So the carbon does go up. The carbon dioxide in the atmosphere does go up, and it has been going up way quicker than usual right now. But I don't think that's a bad thing either, because we've been very carbon starved. Our plants have been carbon starved. And yes, they do tend to create more proteins when they're carbon starved, but they will be healthier overall once they have more carbon.
Correct. I just say grow trees, right? Like, I think deforestation is a big issue, Sean. Right? Grow more trees, and you've solved your CO2 problem, right? You don't need to, just grow more trees, reforestize the planet.
Like I said before, hypothetically, if climate change, if you don't believe in climate change, the solutions to climate change are still good for us anyway, because we're going to run out of oil. There's peak oil. There's peak there's peak resources. So the solutions to climate change will help our economy and society as well.
Yes, and to stop climate change, we have to stop weather change, and to stop weather change, we have to stop the engine of weather, and that's the sun. We had to destroy the sun to stop climate changing.
No, that's
I keep bringing this up every time. There's this guy in British Columbia that I saw him. He's doing his PhD on how he's going to put soot in the sky for all of humankind for about a year, and then it will block out the sun, and then we'll be colder. It's just insane. No, solutions are not. Depends on the solution, Sean. Some solutions might be good for us. That one's not.
Yeah. So Sean, I would say, right,
the solutions are worse, but solutions for climate change are good for other reasons.
Those are not solutions for climate change. Those are extra capitalistic ventures that will make new companies richer. They're not solutions, right? And it might just happen to be aligned with what you believe is climate change problems, but they're not doing it as a solution. They're doing it for new ventures of capitalism. And once the old oil companies buy into the new so-called solutions, then they will put policies that if you use the old solution, aka fossil fuels, you will be heavily taxed. So, I mean, they already have that. It's called the carbon tax, right? So essentially, this is just companies changing ownership and how the money flows, right? It's nothing to do with climate. Don't believe any of that. It's just to do with money and tracking and the new technology. It's just all about technology and patents.
Man, I don't really think that's what's happening, though. I think what really happened is people really do believe climate change is a thing, and it's funding them, and they're lying, but they're delusional. Like, I don't think they're really lying. I think they're just all very delusional, and they actually believe in this stuff, and it's wrong.
Well, I think
that's it. I think it's just wrong.
We got to give Sean a little bit of credit right here. See, Sean, if it was the case that the beneficiaries of this change would be American companies, I'd jump right on board with you, right? Speaking as a corporatist, right? Because I'm that piece of shit. I would jump right on board with what your claim is, except for it ain't going to be us that's going to benefit from it, at least not the U.S., right? It's going to be my enemies. So I'm not a real big fan of your policy, only because the people that are going to get richer ain't going to be us. It's going to be the Chinese, and I'm not a big fan of the Chinese.
Well, that's why he's taking Greenland, because Greenland has loads of rare earth minerals, and he's going to make all the solar panels out of Greenland shit. But he's also taking Venezuela. He's doing both, so he's great.
Well, so now here's the problem with Venezuela, right? Like, we just took somebody from there, right? We actually outsourced the management to the UK, right? Because to date, all of U.S. colonies have ultimately failed, right? The only people that have actually had successful colonies have been the Brits. We're just shitty at management. We're good at fucking conquering. We're horrible at management.
So I caught this press conference. Yeah, I caught this press conference where Trump was sitting in front of all of the big oil companies auctioning off participation in Venezuela, and all the big all the companies are talking about how they're going to invest in Venezuela, and we can invest. This is our company. We've been doing oil for this. Yeah, it's crazy.
So let me give a couple updates just to show Sean why this whole climate thing is just an economic thing, right? So originally we had 1992, the Kyoto Protocol, right? America refused to sign it. It was just basically saying we're all going to reduce, emissions. They say carbon, but they really mean anything like CFCs, hydro, whatever, fluorocarbons, anything that causes issues in the climate, right? Whether it's increased temperature or depleting the ozone layer. Now, America refused to do it. Then in Paris Agreement, right, was supposed to be the successor in 2015. United States originally joined, then formally withdrew it under Trump. Then they had the Glasgow Climate Pact, right? Same situation, right? America was like, yeah, we'll come there, right? COP26. But no, we're not going to sign anything. That's it. Why is America not signing it? Because America has not succeeded in any technology for the so-called new green world that they're trying to build. It's the Europeans who are mostly working on patents, and China. America doesn't have these patents. So until America has the patents and the technology, they're not going to sign anything. They're going to do whatever it takes to make industrialization continue and for them to remain in power.
Yeah, and to be fair, we thought it was going to go the different way, right? Like, we thought that cutting down Chinese emissions was actually going to dampen their manufacturing, right? Apparently, it took 3 fucking tariff trade wars to actually do that, right? We tried the easy way. It didn't work out so well. So we had to do trade wars. That's how we dampened it.
Right. Exactly. Now, so Sean, right, as I said, the reason
Nixon allowed it. Nixon should have never opened the trade to China. But to be fair, China is not communist anymore, so it's kind of not fair.
There's also
China is communist, right? It's just they're not externally operating under communist principles. Externally, they act as capitalists, but internally, they're still communist.
Yeah, just state-owned capitalism or state-run capitalism. So you would. To be fair, right, any country that trades with another country has got to participate this way, right? Because how else what do we trade in fucking apples for oranges?
Correct. And Josh, you basically answered the question of how communism can work. As long as they understand that when you're trading with other nations, you have to focus on growth and selling your product at a value, then it can function. It's all to, it's communism only fails when you don't realize that you have to trade with capitalistic tendencies, where it is zero-sum games. If we're winning, then they're losing.
And to be fair, I fully support that. If we're winning, they must be losing, right? Otherwise, I got to kick them in the shin a little bit, right? But I do subscribe to they got to be losing.
I don't.
Well, I thought trade was a win-win for most people that trade.
No, most people trade out of necessity.
Yeah, but it causes the economic growth on both sides, no?
Yeah, as a byproduct, yes.
Sean, which country are you from? You sound like Irish or something.
I'm Irish, yeah. I think you're from the UK as well.
Okay. I was going to ask if you're from the real Ireland or the colonized one. Okay.
I was just
to be
fair.
Ireland is probably going to get. I think Ireland's going to get colonized by either UK, EU, or America. We work all of them. We want to have sex with all of them.
You're going to be colonized by Apple, Microsoft, and Oracle.
What do you have? Why do they want to colonize you?
Those companies.
Isn't technically speaking North Ireland already, I guess if you want to call it, colonized by the UK? Isn't that technically the case already?
No, he means the rest of the country.
Don't worry, you're safe. If you don't have oil, no one's going to colonize you.
Yeah, so basically, right, Ireland, right, the one that's not colonized by the UK, they have a very low corporate tax, like, 12%, etc. So that's why, when I get YouTube money, YouTube sends me money in euros from Ireland because that's where they're registered. They're not registered in the UK because the corporate tax in the UK is extremely high for big companies. It's like 25% or something. In Ireland, it's just 12%.
Yeah, we're a tax haven, but they say that small countries become tax havens. And the UK has a tax haven as well in the Virgin Islands, I think, or the Jersey Islands. So you're not the only sinners around here. We're all hypocrites around here. All of human race are big hypocrites.
It's not so much about being hypocrites, right? Like, so in this case, it's really just countries doing what they can do to make revenue.
Yeah, exactly. Let's do the math, right? You charging Google, right, which is basically through YouTube's subsidiary, right, is registered in Ireland. Ireland makes more money by Google trading through Ireland and the banks and everything than if they weren't there. So why would a smart country focus so much on tax when they're actually getting more revenue into their country's economy? It's basic math. The only issue with taxes is actually poor people that are like, well, no, they must pay more taxes. The rich must pay. It's more of a social issue. But in terms of basic money, having bigger companies running through your country adds more revenue, aka adds more usable income for your banks.
And to be fair, you'd much rather
America? Trump would not like that, would he? So he would tell us to. I mean, we would gain, but a lot of the where they make the money is in bigger countries. So that's why I think we should have like a minimum tax rate, corporate tax rate all over the world, like 15%, like Biden said.
What? No. This is some equality bullshit, right? How do you have competition if we have the same system? If it was the case that there was a flat rate corporate, let's just hypothetically say that every country had this flat 15% rate, right? Why the fuck is Google going to be there now? You'd end up cutting your own throat, economically speaking. Like, do you want to go back to fucking growing potatoes? Did that work so well during the potato famine?
Well, I'm just saying in the future, hypothetically, when AI and robots take all our jobs, the world is going to be much more different. So we're going to have like multinational companies. Everybody's going to be multinational. No more countries, no more racism, which I doubt. It's probably going to happen in like 1,000 years, but I think we're going to have way more wars before then. because I still think like that.
Well,
which is
well,
sad.
we have,
Okay,
well, our
change.
houses have
I'm
walls
trying to
still.
change.
John, will our houses have walls still?
There's so much. Hold up. There's so much to contend with here, right? Why do you? Two questions. One, why do you assume that war is bad? Two, can you name a 10-year period of time within global history that we haven't had somebody die in? A war, a conflict, something.
Well, when the Messiah comes back, what the Jews believe is we'll have peace on earth, and Jesus will make us all equal, and we'll all go to heaven. There's no racism in heaven. There's no exophobia in heaven. There's no tribalism in heaven.
There is no. Hold up. There is a ruling class according to the Book of Revelations, right? Yeah, we ain't on that fucking list, right? So clearly, there's some racism going on. And who the hell says that racism is a bad thing? Who gives a shit?
Well, all the libtards say it's not okay. Okay, so I'm trying to be cool here. I'm trying to be in a cool club here. It's social. I'm trying to be in with the crowd, man. I'm trying to join the winning team.
Well, I don't know.
That's what the Jews do a lot. I'm trying to copy the Jew. Well, actually, they're failing it right now. They're losing their street cred. But
who's losing it?
Yeah, no. Are you kidding me? They're literally, since the 1950s, right? They've been kicking ass and taking names. And if you're talking about fucking right wingers, they're the dominant, according to Western Europe and North America, right? Like right wingers are on top currently.
It doesn't matter. The narrative's going to change because no one's going to fund it anymore.
That would be technically true.
Yeah. Pretty soon, I hope.
But Israel could lose the meme war, lose the popularity war, and then it will boycott Israel, and then Israel will get poorer, and then they'll have to immigrate again, and then they'll go back to America or Europe again, and it'll be all over again. It's a cycle of life. It's a cycle of life.
I hate to say this, but if we're just talking about, let's just hypothetically say we're talking about the Jews just in America. Forget the Jews everywhere else in the rest of the world, right? Just the ones in America, right? You know what? We'll even narrow it down to just New York, right? The diamond cutting Hasidic Jews in New York, right, generate more fucking revenue. They can pretty much fucking prop up Israel fairly easy. Yeah, Israel ain't going broke anytime soon.
Yeah, no, they don't. They won't pay Israel. They're not nationalistic. The Hasidic Jews.
Really? Because apparently, according to our tax claims,
Binyamin doesn't
that way. I just don't know, if it's paying taxes or if they're just basically.
If your country has mandatory taxes. I know, Eritreans have to pay tax to Eritrea.
Yeah, of course we have taxes.
No, I mean for diasporans, people who have Jewish citizenship, but they don't live or work in Israel. Do they have to pay taxes to Israel?
No,
no,
of course not.
There's very few countries like that. United States is one of them.
United States is like that, as an example. Eritrea is like that. Countries like that.
Remittance, that's what it was. There was I read a report on remittances back to Israel. Apparently it was a big number. Whether they're paying taxes, right? Money's going back that direction in some way.
True. Yeah.
It's just killing off Israel economically speaking. Yeah, that's not really going to happen, right? Because wherever the Jews go, at least within the Western world, tend to fucking economically dominate. Let's just say they're not a bunch of little poor bastards doing
but I don't think Israel would have been as powerful if they didn't get subsidized a lot by America. I think and Europe. I heard the Germans give loads of money to Israel.
So, what does it matter who funds them? What does that matter? And if we talk about subsidies, which if you're talking about the
main
US,
reason,
right, we don't just
the main reason
money.
People care so much about the Middle East is for religious reason. Now it's maybe less, but the main reason people are killing each other a lot in the Middle East because of the man-made religion of God. So if they all became atheists,
the reason
they
people
could kill
care about
each
the
other
Middle East is
with-
because the Middle East cares about them in a very
Wait.
negative way.
I'm an atheist and a Zionist. What the fuck are we talking about here? I just so happen to be a corporatist, right? And when there is a group of people that have like a constant state of conflict, right? They're also very innovative, right? Which means that one, they need weapons. Two, they also have to develop some really cool shit, right? That we want to fucking buy too. So what's the problem here?
You're getting a big upgrade to your F-35s, by the way. The tech that's all been tested and developed over here is going right back to you guys. Don't worry.
Hypothetically, if the whole world was run by a woman and we were all like vegan, atheist, communists in the future, which is what Christianity kind of was in the whole planet, it would would work as good as a capitalist war man-led shit like that. You know what I mean?
Wait, fair question.
Like that.
When the fuck was Christians vegan? What?
The Bible says, turn the other meat.
Ah, there you go.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Exactly.
Literally,
right.
that's the guy who said it, right?
No, fucking hell. Oh, okay. So aside from some shellfish is apparently a big no-no, right? And let's just hypothetically say we're going to take the first 600-800 years of Christianity, right? So no shellfish and no pork, right? Keep in mind, right? Yeah, we're definitely eating pork now. At least the modern Christians are, right? No real qualms here, right? But back then, right, there was plenty of lamb, beef, and everything else. And if we're talking about that end of the Earth planet, right, we're definitely talking about, lamb. So, like,
right.
What is this idea about vegans? Where did that come from?
Yeah, I think,
the ideal world, I think, is going to happen in the future. This is the ideal I'm talking about.
What?
So, sure.
Who's ideal?
There is a narrative, if you want to know, in the story of the Bible, there's a narrative about vegetarianism and veganism. So Adam was vegetarian, because God said you can eat from the plants. He didn't say you can eat from the animals. He said to name the animals. So meat eating started at around the time of Noah and Noah's children. And the reason why is because people were already eating meat, but just very cruelly. They were, cutting off their arms and letting the animal survive. They weren't slaughtering the animal. So like they were taking pieces of it and it would have to just live with like chunks being cut out of it whenever someone was hungry.
Okay, that explains a couple things then.
Yeah. So, right. So Noah instituted slaughter, I guess.
Yeah, but if we're also talking about Adam and Eve, right? Like, they were also immortal. They weren't going to fucking die, at least until they decided to eat some fruit.
To listen to his wife, right? That's the sin he committed.
Well,
that's what he claimed. That was his defense.
Yeah.
Yeah. It wasn't a very good one. He still got punished.
Yeah, I mean, the point is you can't really blame someone you're supposed to be the steward of because you were alive for a bit longer than they were or whatever, right?
Okay.
That's the point.
Damn. Annie, how do you feel about a bunch of misogynists, on panel talking about like, we ought not listen to women?
It's, I don't, whatever.
Oh, shit. Well,
I mean,
she's not biting on the drama. She's not a Karen. Sorry.
No, I don't take it personally. I'm just listening. I mean, but what Sean said about the ideal world of like women running everything, I mean, I think that's bullshit too. Like, the world wouldn't be ideal if women were in charge. It would just be different.
Well, I think it's equal. So, because I heard that 65% of universities now are female, so it's equalizing now.
That's not
right. So, Sean, I'll say this, right? If women were good at running anything, there will still be matriarchal societies. What happened is all matriarchy societies died off for a reason.
I don't think it's possible for... There are some matriarchal societies, but it's just not possible for an uncivilized one to be ruled by a woman because there is the rule of the fist, and it's been around for a long time.
That's the point, right? They couldn't defend themselves, so they all died off. That's the point.
But some were able
But
to
it
have
happened-
ways to defend themselves. Yeah.
Obviously, it's because they're not physically as powerful, but mentally they're probably up there. They're probably equal or actually a bit better as well emotionally. They don't do as much of the crime because of hormones, but the crime rate is much lower. So I think women, if they do become more powerful, I agree with it.
So then the armies in that sort of society, all of the fighters would be middle-aged women.
No, you get to send the men. You control the world, so you get to send the men off to fight. That's fine.
Well, that's true, but middle-aged women have the rage, you know.
Oh.
They might, you know, some of them might be fighters to have an outlet for that rage.
Yeah, I just don't think it's possible to have a matriarchy. It's not possible.
So like some of the it's good to have sometimes a female person in charge. Like Queen Victoria was huge for England back in the day.
Yeah.
No, but that's not a matriarchy, right? That's a woman participating in a patriarchy. She just happens to be the leader of that country, but the system is still patriarchy.
I think also older cultures had a good balance. They had matriarchies. They had a head woman of the tribe, and they had a head man of the tribe. It was just not structured based on votes and stuff like that. It was more organic.
Yeah, they called it the Queen Mother. So, like, let's say if you look at the Zulus, they would have the king, and then they would have the Queen Mother. She would be basically actually involved in a lot of the decisions to kind of make sure that they're still participating things ethically and also strategically the right way, rather than just using brutality. Yeah, that's 100% correct.
Well, shit, we just figured out what the fucking happened to the Aztecas, right? They had mother womb, right? At least that's what they're calling it. It was, I don't know, described as some kind of weird black hole that spit out planets. But they had some weird celebration for women, and they all fucking disappeared. So, I mean.
Well, also the Spanish had something to do with that, right? They didn't just disappear by the accident.
I don't think germ theory was a thing, right? Like to them, it was a mystery magic of hang around with the evil man, right? You're gonna die.
Yeah.
Damn.
Wait, you saying that they're run by women, the Aztecs? There was more women in charge in the Aztec time?
No, the ancient Aztecas, they were like, actually used to be a lot of societies that in some weird way worshiped women, and they had a higher, I guess, social dominance, right? So Land of Summer.
You mean a strip club?
Well, yeah, that's what we're talking about, but right, only in history.
Did they have strip clubs in history? You know what? They probably
did. Prostitution. No, they had prostitution. They didn't need strip clubs.
Oh, so just brothels, but no window shopping prior to? Damn.
Well, but they had entertainment, like the ladies, maybe the ladies would dance and stuff. That's kind of like
that. Yeah, that sounds
the Greeks had pedophilia. They liked the pedophilia in Greek time, so.
In that case, so did the Romans. So,
and the Muslims too. Actually,
they just had a different definition for what underage is.
Yeah. Technically speaking, most of the world's age of consent 16. It just so happens to be the United States. Just one demands that it be 18 and worse, even if you're off U.S. soil, right? And you're a U.S. citizen and have sex with somebody of age in another country, you still get nailed for a crime.
But if you're in U.S. and they're in the right state, then it's still 16 somehow. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. Well, yeah, right. But the federal law is going to trump when you're off U.S. soil. We had a couple guys get taken back home that way, surprisingly.
Well, Epstein was an exception.
Yeah, we're a little weird, touchy within the U.S. side, right? Like about weird stuff, right? I don't know.
That was really weird, yeah.
Some people just got to disappear.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think Trump was in the Epstein files and doing things?
Fuck, do I know?
Yes, absolutely.
He was in tons of Epstein files, obviously.
Yeah, he was in tons of Epstein files. Plus, he was in tons of non-Epstein files where he was caught doing the same thing at his beauty pageants. So, yeah. I mean, yeah, pay our settlement. Look it up.
Not gonna lie, I'm really going to celebrate a guy like that goes on open air, right? A predominant politician. Well, I guess technically he's not a politician, right? But go on air and well, he wasn't going on air. It was a recording without him, right? But talking about grab him by the pussy. I mean, come on, what's wrong? That's where we're at in the West, right? Where there's debaucherous people. What'd you expect from us?
We're devolving. We're degenerating. We're not evolving. We're not getting better, guys. We're getting worse.
So the only way to get away from that devolving concept, right, and go back to morals is, well, theocracy, right? We need religious rule. I'm not a real big fan of Islam, right? So we can just, I'll take Judaism or I'll take Christianity, right? But just ruling with an iron fist.
Why not Islam? Islam is very European, right? It's been there since the beginning of Europe.
Now, yeah, they did. Didn't they during I think one of the Crusades, didn't they make it all the way up to fucking damn near France? I think it was. Shit,
they took over. Spain. Spain, Portugal. They even got as far as Constantinople, you know.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, right? Like for Spain, they can have Spain, right? Just because there's Latino women, right? Their attitudes, they're way too much. See, look at the same here, right? She's nice, she's pleasant to be around, she looks sweet, and she's even doing stuff, right? When I look at my woman, she basically lays around, sleeps all fucking day, right? And so if we're talking about like Spain, right? They're just attitude, they mouth. You know how those Latino girls are, right? You just walk up on one, right? Hi, girl, right? She's like, who the hell are you talking to? It's just attitude.
But big booty Latinas like AOC, she's pretty good.
Sir, them fucking fighting words right there. First, she's not that pleasant to look at. Two, she's exactly that mouthy thing that I'm talking about, right? That we don't want.
Interesting.
Morals are subjective, as they say.
I think Spain and Portugal is the most beautiful architecture, and that's because of the Muslims. So yeah, I think you should embrace Islam, Josh.
Yeah, the Muslims are the best. We know. We got it.
Or we're going to get like, brutalist architecture, boring communist architecture, like how New York and the rest, modern New York and the rest of America looks like. Dead, ugly architecture.
London's apparently got its like populace of Muslims, right? United States has got its populace too. We just call it Dearborn, Michigan, or Islamabad, Michigan, I think is now what they're going to call it. But I mean, yeah, not a fan.
Yeah, Paramount is owned by Saudis, at least a significant, at least a large share of the ownership.
Oh, sure. Well, ownership, that doesn't mean anything, right? Like we sold a lot of land to fucking China too, right? And then decided to take it back from them too. So like, I mean, it doesn't matter.
I see. But the point is, Islam is good. You know why? Muslim men never have allowed their power to be lost. You guys gave your power to feminists. Then the feminists destroyed your society. At least Muslims don't do that.
You know what? See, now you have a fucking argument. Well, I don't like it.
Sorry.
Iran
is rebelling against that.
Well, now, so Iran has a whole different take. Like, ask a Persian what sigay is, like the whole temporary wife thing, right? Like, even they have weird loopholes.
Oh, yeah. They have loopholes, right? But essentially, Islam is about rule and law. It's not really about right or wrong. It's just the law, right? So Islam, again, has stayed the same. Christianity, since, Martin Luther, he fucked up Christianity for you guys. You will never go back to, real religion since Martin Luther.
Well, a lot more than just him, right? But I'm not a big fan of Protestantism, right? Every time somebody wanted more choice brought to the table, right? Like, it's never ended well.
All religion is a lie. Don't believe it.
Who cares if it's true or not, right? Because it still doesn't matter whether God does or does not exist, right? It still is the case that none of our cultures would actually exist without these religions.
Correct.
But
I disagree,
hypothetically, if
actually.
there was an atheist civilization since the long time ago, they would be like super woke, and we'd be like super gel, and
They
You
were
know,
super-
false.
were-
That's China, and they were
Yeah.
so woke they killed their women. Come on,
Yeah.
man.
We never gathered around religions. We gathered around nations. Nations developed religions, and they took on religious identities. But the basis of everything was always national. It was never religious. And religion was always part of nations until Christianity and stuff like that started spreading beyond borders.
Yeah, we can't really go back to the whole strong borders because this trade problem that we have, right? Like we still have to cross borders and interact with each other, right? And as being a fellow colonizer, right? Like I'm currently in Vietnam.
Josh, did the veneer start to crack? I had communists there.
Well, so I married a communist, right? Fuck, right? Like that's why it almost slipped, right? So I technically married into it. But the problem is as we're crossing borders and conducting trade, right? We're going to start interacting, and so that becomes a problem. That within my family, like nationalism, it's a problem, right? Because I have to hold on to my authoritarianism while my wife's not fucking around, right? It is what it is.
Right. So yeah, that is an interesting thing. I would say this, right? In the third world, where I'm from, we don't really have an issue when it comes to like leadership and order. Men rule and men f up everything, but there is that order. You guys with capitalism, you've been reduced to no leadership in your families, right? Everyone thinks that they're good enough to lead. And that's what's happening, your divorce rates and your, all these other issues that you guys have.
I can't argue against that, right? The more flat screen TVs we decide to covet, right? The less time for boobies we're gonna have.
Josh, I have a question, right? And also maybe Annie, if you're interested, right? But how did you guys get swindled into lying to women or girls, right? That working for the white man as a slave in the corporate world was better than not working as a slave. I don't know how they managed to convince you guys that that's the better option. I mean, if I had a chance to be a house husband, I'll take it. In fact, that's what I am, right? If I had that chance, like to work from home, just think about what it means, right? You have the ability to choose to learn any skill from your comfort of your own home and to exchange that skill for money without the government getting in and taking your taxes. Why would you give that up to be legitimized under white supremacy, capitalistic wage slavery? I will never understand that.
I mean, I have kind of a different life. So I'm a massage therapist, and this is my office.
That's good.
My office is next door to my home, and I do learn anything I want all the time. That's part of my. So I have a very different lifestyle. So I am part of capitalism. It affects me, but I'm sort of doing it in a slightly different way. But I don't have a lot of money. I don't know. I don't know if that answers your question, but
to answer your question, it's different for different regions and areas. Like if we're talking about over time, right? So within the United States, the problem is our corporate boom was so fucking expansive and so fast. We had a labor problem, right? So that they originally filled it with women because that's what we had a surplus of, right? At that time, we didn't have a huge surplus of immigrants to fulfill it, right? So we needed the women to fill the roles effectively. Now, like if you go to like the UK or something like that, right? Same concept, but that was actually just birthed by war, right? So you had a detriment or a minusing of men, right? And so women naturally just filled the slot.
It's also when a lot of electric appliances hit the market for very cheap, and they could get all the electric appliances at home, and then they had more spare time, and opportunity for money, and sharing in the work, getting more productive, all that stuff too.
Yeah, I mean, I would rather, like, if I had, met the right person, whatever, I would rather be a stay-at-home mom, you know. To do that in
can you
the
cook?
United States, I can cook. I don't cook because my husband prefers to. He just likes to cook, so he cooks dinner. But like I cook sometimes too. But I would do it all if he worked. But the thing is, in the United States, if in order for that to work, the husband has to make so much money. It's hard. It's hard to afford a household.
Damn.
He has 170,000.
Well, it's subjective.
To get
You can be a
middle class.
poor ass in a poor country and still have loads of kids and stay at home mother. It's just subjective, my guys. It just
Well, no,
like
not
we have higher
subjective.
expectations in the West, so that's why we have less kids.
One, not subjective, it's relative. And within the United States is you make that money or your home gets removed, like you become homeless. You will pay your property taxes or you will be homeless. These are your two options.
Yeah, I mean, I wish that, for all this talk about like, family focus, like let's encourage people to have more kids. We are not set up to support that, in the United States. It's very difficult. If you have a husband who's a specialist, say like a cardiologist or a neurologist or whatever, then yeah, you can afford the household and afford to keep the wife at home taking care of the kids. But like most people can't afford that.
Yeah.
We're not
loads of
families.
There's loads of poor people that have kids too. There's probably more poor people that have kids than it's like Idiocracy, the movie. Like the rich people don't have kids, and then all the poor people have the kids. I'm just saying, there's always a way.
They're getting subsidized. That's why.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of families like that, and they are using subsidies. They have to.
Well, if you're comparing, let's just hypothetically say the United States to some country in Africa where you don't legally allowed to own property, and I guess the vast majority of it was 58 countries there, right? That they don't have property ownership, right? So the qualm with that is within that would also imply that they don't have a tax burden to deal with, right? Whereas in the United States, you do, and you will pay your property tax or you will be homeless. These are your only two options. So you can say, yes, you could be really poor in Africa, or at least I want to say like 42 countries that don't have property ownership, right? And you just, I don't know, the lights might go out, right? And technically speaking, yes, you can raise your kids without any electricity, right? Sure, right? Except for that same system does not exist within the United States. I'll say it again. In the US, you will pay your property tax or you will be homeless.
Yeah. You'll be with your kids sleeping out in the cold.
Yeah.
It's just that's what pisses me off is like all this, saying like we want to be more family focused, we want to support families, but like our system just it's not helping.
I wonder if like getting rid of all the fraud is going to help with that.
I mean,
no.
how people like there has to be some means of making the money. The people are using food stamps and food pantries because they literally don't have the money to afford food. I think there's a little bit of fraud, but there's a lot of people that legitimately qualify for those services. They're not being
right.
fraud.
Yeah, but so the fraud is taking away from those people. Yeah, the fraud is taking away from the people who legitimately need it.
But I think there's some fraud. I don't think that it's tons and tons. I do think there is some fraud.
Even if you eliminated 100% of what you deem as to be fraud within the United States, right, it still doesn't address the concept of there is a burden of taxation, which you have to get around. So you still have to make up money. And there is no subsidies for ownership, right? There are subsidies for first-time buyer programs, right? But there is no subsidy to say, hey, you can't afford your taxes. We'll pay it for you. Right? The government doesn't.
Oh, yes, there is. Oh, absolutely, there is.
Like what?
You just have to be a corporate entity first, so you can abuse like
Oh, Jesus Christ! I swear to God, if you come up with that PPP loan bullshit, I'm going to slap you.
No, you're not. Not PPP loan. There's the COVID stuff, but that's past. But what you can do right now is pretty much what's it called? forgot what it's called. Damn it, I forgot. Never mind.
So your idea would be, or your idea for a temporary solution, at least until it got passed, would be for a mom or dad or somebody to file a fucking corporation and then apply for some fucking program. You realize that's
yes. SI is his solution to everything. Yes.
Oh Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, there is. The United States has gone way too far down this path to ever turn that shit around. Like, that's just not going to happen. And once taxes are in place, right, aside from a revolution, that's the only time we've ever seen the taxes go back down. Okay, so we rebelled against the fucking crown over taxation.
Exactly,
right?
yeah. I was going
to say.
And
then we turned around and recreated the system and just fucking taxed and paid ourselves.
Yeah.
Right? It's always been the case, and it's just that's the way the U.S. is, right? If you want to have roads, a big, powerful military, you're just going to have to be taxing. It is what it is. But you aren't going to be able to contend with it, right? You're going to have to give something up in it. And no offense, right? I'm fine with keeping women in the corporate, right? They're already not behaving in the West anyways, or at least not the way I want them to, right? So might as well keep them there. That way I can keep my big ass military and aircraft carriers, because I like bombing people. You know what? I like the idea of dropping a $2,000 bomb on top of a $20 tent, right? I love this shit. At least I can turn the TV on and watch shit blow up.
Yeah,
are you joking or are you serious?
He's serious.
I'm absolutely.
Are you actually serious?
I'm honestly dead serious, because if we cannot turn it around and go back to some fucking crazy strict rule, right? Sure. Okay, let's just say we want to go back to some strict rule of stoning women in the streets for affairs, right? But I would also say that's going to be the same thing for fucking dudes too, right? And I know how we are. We can't keep the shit in our pants, right? So we're going to get stoned too. If we're not going to go back to that, right? Which I would love to, but it's a real unrealistic expectation, because we're not
pretty unrealistic.
So Josh, the term I was looking for was a tax deprecation. Discern key expenses can be offset with taxes,
those are tax deductions, and hell, you don't even need a corporation. You can do that with an LLC, right? Except for you still have to pay a shit ton of money to get started within a business.
Yes, 100 in my state it was $125. Yes, that's a ton of money.
No. That's just to write your name down on it and get a business license, right? I think it's 180. Okay, so it's going to be anywhere between I think it's 85 is the lowest state for a license filing, to upwards of I think 320 is the most I've ever heard of, right?
Yeah.
That part isn't the real amount of money. That just gets you your business license. You have a lot of other requirements that come with it, even if it's just an LLC.
Yeah.
Yeah, most people don't think like that, at least because you would have to do this prior to, I guess, getting started in with the family, right? Even if it was the case that you decided that, oh, I've got a family now and I go through this process, right? Some of those subsidies, don't you have to show some type of income level? Don't you also have to show some type of standing for X period of time, right? Mm-hmm. Sure, it's great for 3 years down the road, but what do you do about your problem now?
Well, the best time to plant a tree is 10 years ago. Second best time is now. So, and also most people don't know how to account. So if you have business entities to operate, you're going to get better at accounting.
At accounting?
Yes. Most people don't have no idea where their money's going.
Yeah, but don't you have to fucking generate some type of revenue first?
Yeah. I mean, so I just got my numbers for 2025, and it was bad. And it was 24/7 something revenue. That's not profit. If you're a small business owner, that is not profit. Last year I owed $800 in taxes, and made maybe a bit more than that, but not much. It's like you have to, I know how to do accounting, but it's say you go to the grocery store. So you have 10 cents to buy a banana or you don't, No amount of account is going to change that.
I have a question, right? You don't have to answer it if it's personal, but when it comes to accounting, at least in the UK context, if you own a like limited liabilities company, so you registered a company, you're not doing solo trading, you're kind of creating a company, and corporate tax, I don't know what it is in America. Is it 20% or something?
It's different per state.
Right. So let's assume it's 20%. Now, depending on how you structure the company, for example, in my company, I employ myself, I pay myself, and I pay my national insurance. You guys call it Social Security. And that's better for me currently, given how much I'm earning, because I get a tax allowance of like £12,000, so tax-free for the first 12,000. It's if I now didn't employ myself and I just took the money out as a director, I would have to pay corporate tax on all profit, meaning I'll be losing a lot of money, overpaying taxes. But since I'm paying myself, that is obviously an expense for the company. So essentially, I'm having very low tax, if at all, because I'm paying myself, and I have a huge, well, I call it huge, it's tiny, but I have a huge tax allowance. So the extra tax that I pay as an individual is actually minuscule than the taxes I would have paid as the company if I didn't employ myself. So I don't know if you like have looked into all the different I don't know how to the different rules for America, and how that will benefit.
I don't think you can do it that way as a solopreneur. I mean, I'm one person. I don't I don't think it makes that much of a difference if I because it's small. It's not like the word small business in America, the definition is capped at a company of 500. You have 500 employees, that's small business. What I'm doing is micro business. Like it's just and so I'm paying as little taxes as I can get away with, but it's still just a large chunk,
Yeah, of course. It's still annoying, right, when you look at it, etc.
But it also wouldn't matter because you still have to generate the revenue first, right? And this becomes the problem, right? So she's effectively in the service industry, right? So her industry is actually based off of the economy that's at hand, right? I'm not getting a rub down unless I can afford the rub down. Unless she can find a niche or some type of loophole in with the medical system currently, right? So there is like physical therapy. There's options that are in there, but it's still based on the local economy. So if people ain't got, if she's struggling, right? Just imagine this. If she's struggling, right, you can pretty much imagine what the rest of the town that she lives in, they're probably struggling too.
They are. That's why, I mean, there's all different, we have doctors and lawyers. Those people make more money. Some of them are my clients, but a lot of my clients are struggling, or they're on a fixed income, like Social Security people. I have a client I've been seeing for 17 years. My original price for him was $60 an hour, and I never changed it because I know he's on a fixed income. Other people pay me a higher amount. Like they pay me $80 an hour, and an hour-long session isn't actually that common. People come for 90 minutes or 2 hours. But the general feedback that I'm getting from clients is that they're struggling, and also from talking to other massage therapists that 2025 was like this for a lot of them, and it's just a tough business. And you talk around here, like if you ask any massage therapist how much money they make, whatever figure they give you, like if they say 30,000 a year or whatever, they mean revenue. They do not mean that they made 30,000 profit. They mean they made
24,000 or something.
They paid $500 a month for rent, and they paid website fees, all this stuff that you need to keep a business running. It's not profit at all.
This is and keep in mind, right? Like now, I will say this: if she would adopt a slightly different business model, so like over here in Vietnam, right? They have massage therapists over here too, right? But they provide an extra service. Some people call it a happy ending, right? But I mean,
no, I'm very well aware. I could have a lot of money. I've been doing this for 20 years. I could have made a lot of money, but I just don't do that. So that's how it is.
Shout out to OnlyFans, right?
Well,
like
the tech
that.
industry is growing a lot.
especially online. I heard the Muslims watch a lot of that stuff online.
Well, I mean, if we're talking about like Dubai or something, right? Like they're into a little bit weird stuff, right? It's not only watching it, right? You got to fly them in too. Right?
Yeah, I think they fly in like
There's
young
terrorists in
dogs,
every culture.
shit in their mouths and stuff. That's what the Arabs like.
Yeah. We used
So
to fly.
Benjamin,
We in the U.S. we used to fly people in. I think it started in the 70s, right? But apparently they got called mail order brides, right? Because they stayed and didn't leave. Shout out to tradition.
but essentially, I mean, this is why capitalism, right? When you really look at it, it's interesting, right? Like you guys might think Africa is poor, right? But let's say a typical, you guys have a flat share thing, right? Whereby people rent a house and then each person gets a room. That's a thing, right? In America. Yeah, correct.
Oh yeah, that's super common. Yeah.
Right, because rent is so expensive that some people can just afford to live in a single room in a shared house. Now, if you now compare, like, let's say the African making $200 a month, they can get a studio, right, a self-contained room with a kitchen and a bathroom for basically less than $50 a month.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
they have to live in Africa.
So what'd you say, Binyamin?
I said, yeah, but they have to live in Africa.
Right. The point is, right?
That studio apartment here where I live, you'd be really, really lucky if you could get that for $600. There's like a
Right.
but almost everything is way more. Like you mentioned earlier, like a 2-bedroom house, 2-bedroom apartment. That's easily $2,500 a month.
Right. So my point was, Benjamin, is that in Africa, right, like rent is the biggest thing, and it's so cheap compared to your income. So even if you're getting paid $200, you can survive easily. You might not be able to afford an iPhone, but you got the cheap Chinese stuff that is just as good on the market.
Yep.
You can get an old iPhone just fine.
No,
Obsolete.
no, because most of the fucking apps won't work on the damn thing. My mom's got one, and I tried to upgrade her shit, and it just got capped. I was like, fuck. I couldn't even get half the shit installed on her crap.
That's a good point. That's why you just go Android, because all your stuff will work.
Yeah, shout out to you Android users. If you own an Apple, you're a dumbass. There was a reason why we boycotted it, right? Well, back in the 80s, right? And unfortunately, we have a bunch of fucking college students that are, spoiled little brats, and their mommy and daddy will buy them that dumbass shit. But shout out to them. They're assholes too. Pricks. I hate apples.
This weird interim time some years ago when people would, like, say you have a really, really poor person and they have a smartphone, and then you have others like looking down on them. Like, if you're so poor, why do you have a smartphone? And it's like, well, because you can't get a job without one. Like, if you want to deliver pizza, you have to have a smartphone. Like,
Yeah.
it doesn't have to be an Apple, but there was just this interim time where people were really judgmental. But it's like so many companies you go to work for, it says right there in the description, must own a smartphone.
At first, it used to be only rich people could own smartphones, but now it's so common. Yeah.
Damn, I'm gonna keep my mouth shut because I had all of the new phones, even back when phones came out. Like, they call them bag phones, right? There wasn't actually, like, you had to plug it into the battery charger of your car, right? Like, I had one of those. I had the Zach Morris brick phone when it first came out. Right? But back then, like, that shit was expensive as crap. Yeah, I didn't like paying for half that shit.
I think my first phone was in 2001, like just a Nokia. I never had one before that.
Although
I think I got the first, like, one of the first proper phones. I mean, the wireless ones, like Nokia 3210. That thing was so good. 3410 was good too.
Yeah, but now on the flip side of it, I actually have both a cell phone and a landline. Those are starting to become very rare now, apparently.
Oh wow, landline. That's interesting.
Yeah, I have a client who is just really not good with technology, and he's in a big fight with the utility company because they're trying to take away his landline.
Mhm.
But he's this old guy, so he calls me to make appointments on a track phone. And he doesn't even know how to use it because I'll say like, "Okay, Ed, does 1 o'clock work for you?" And he puts the phone down to write 1 o'clock on his calendar, and he's saying, "Yeah, that works, and I can't hear what he's saying because he doesn't even know how to like hold the phone.
Oh, right.
So
Yeah, that's interesting, actually. Yeah, I mean, I think they're trying to do this whole digitization thing, whereby any analog technology, like even cash, soon they're just going to remove it from circulation.
They've been on that trip, at least within the United States. They've been on that trip for a very long time. You go back 15 years, right? You couldn't go into a convenience store with a $50 bill. Right? Now their claim was, I don't know how true it is, but their claim was, and I think there's probably an argument for it.
That's the argument, right?
Well, it was like for robberies and shit like that. So their insurance rates were like increased because if you kept a certain amount of cash, right? Things like that. So they slowly kind of phased it out. I guess I
don't know about America, right? But in the UK, legally, you're not even allowed to keep more than 10,000 in your mattress. Apparently, you have to put your money in the bank, legally speaking, which is crazy.
yeah, I mean, how do you know?
Well, so for us, it's a little slightly different. You can have all the cash you want wherever you want. Now, apparently, they're even, I guess, last night on the news, local news, they were showing photos of like literally people getting into airports with like literally like $200,000-$300,000 in cash, big duffel bags. It's not illegal to have cash. What is problem is you don't want to show up to a bank with huge sums of money. And when I say huge sums of money, like, let's just say like $4,980, right? Anything more than that, you're going to have to answer a lot of questions. You're going to end up having to file extra paperwork.
That's crazy, yeah. So, I mean, yeah, so as you said, right, in the UK, you just can't even keep cash. It is what it is, right? But essentially, I know why, right? For our leaders or rulers, it makes more sense, right? But for you, think of it this way, right? Cash is the most liquid thing possible, right? With the money in the banks, the system can go down. You can't make a payment and this and that, and the systems go down all the time. At least with cash, right? It's like, I've also got cash. Take this thing.
What do you mean system? What do you mean? That's the one thing that rarely happens in the United States.
Okay, so let me give.
Happens.
Okay, so let me give an example, right? I don't know how your credit or debit cards work, right? But in Africa, we have something called M-Pesa, which means mobile money. So you send money through your mobile number becomes your wallet, your bank account. You can store up to $5,000, right? So, and there's also normal banks too. So when you're sending money to make payments, we barely use cash now. We just use this mobile money system. When you make payments, there is a transactions per second number. Now imagine the system wasn't updated properly, wasn't maintained, or the population just increased way above their kind of bandwidth. So the transaction per second is going to reduce so much that it's going to be delays in the payment. You're going to have to stand there waiting with someone for, again, it usually takes a few seconds, but it could be the case that it might take 10 minutes, or the system is just down for whatever that means. Now with credit card and debit card, I don't know how that works. It probably works on debt. But I know with bank transfer, you have to physically wait for, like a bank teller to physically move your whatever, to put a number in the machine to actually move your money, right? It's analog. But any of these systems where there's a fault in the system, obviously will mean that you might not have your cash. Your ATM might not even have cash. No, sorry, ATM is a bad argument, but the system could just be down. You might not be able to make a payment.
Okay, so it's incredibly rare for banking, any type of banking system, whether it's going to be your debit, your credit system. It's very, very rare that it goes down. Where it's more common that it does go down, which is exceptionally rare within the United States, is you have to have a huge power outage. Like you have to take out an entire fucking region for it to take out, which case it usually at that time anyways, right? Like problematic for transactions anyway.
For sure. Security threats, as an example.
Why is silver going up?
Yeah,
Why is the
silver's
price of
going
silver
up.
going up?
Last I
'Cause
checked, it was like
people-
$85 or something like that.
Is it because people are afraid of economic collapse and they're buying silver or something?
No, it's because of a perceived. So, like, basically, China closed the door on exportation of silver, which also affected because silver is. So, like, silver is a material good that's also used in manufacturing, aka your computer, your phone, right? It's got silver within it, right? It's needed for manufacturing. So we also have something called paper silver, which is basically like a trade concept of the material, right? And so one having a perceived shortage on it is also having a perceived shortage within what they call paper silver. It's having a drastic impact on it. Like what's causing it is the perceived shortage right now, right? And it could be the case that it might become a real shortage, aka you have like if manufacturing companies that are generating electronics, right? If it's worth more for them to just, I don't know, raise the value of, let's just say, a laptop, we'll add an extra $100 bill on it, right? Just to get like, a little bit of silver left, whatever silver we can get our hands on into it, right? It might also be a created like a real shortage, like the access to it, right? Because now you as a person that wants to invest in silver now has to compete with purchasing power from the manufacturers.
Right, and this has to do with, so if people get out of cash and it's all digital, then people are gonna like there's a risk to that too, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, most people within the United States don't really keep like large sums of cash stored in their house. And it was never a good idea, like the idea of like storing your currency in your, like basically stuffing your money in your mattress kind of thing is a dumb idea in general, and it's mostly not been done for a very long time because currency typically devalues, right? So nobody that holds on to cash is doing it for any other, for like hoarding it, just simply because it's not valuable to do so. However, we have alternatives, right? So like an example would be some people would say like storing your money in real estate, aka buy real estate, right? And in 5 years you could sell it and have like an increased value on it. Or antiques would be another thing. That's apparently a big thing in the United States. Like people like their fucking antiques, right? So you could buy shit. Some people, like say in Europe, they purchased art. There's all kinds of weird shit that you can do it. But the idea of taking cash and stuffing in your mattress, generally a bad idea, and it's not generally done in the United States.
Yeah, because of inflation. But I will say it's still the most liquid thing, though. And that's essentially it, right? Your cash will be with you when you need it. Your banks may or may not be with you.
Yeah, our banks don't really fold up so much. Now, that's not counting when I say banks. I mean like the fucking your savings or your checking account, right? If you're talking about like mortgage, they buy and sell, trade, fold up.
So, Josh, here's a main point, right? And I guess why you guys might have a cashless society before us. Okay, so in the UK, we have, I think I actually don't know how much it is. It's either 80,000 or 250,000 pounds of, what do you call it, insurance if you put your money in a UK bank. For every bank you have, I think you get a certain amount of money insured, right? So if the bank goes bankrupt, the government will pay you the sum of whatever that you lost, right? I think it's 80,000 or 200,000. It doesn't really matter. So for someone who's poor like me, that's a lot of money. Now, in Africa, that number is only $5,000. So you see how that it's a scam to use banks in Africa.
Well, it would be the same concept within the United States too. So it doesn't, for your credit union or whatever else bullshit, local bank, they usually don't belly up. They like, this is very rare, right? Like I think I've heard of 2 cases within the last 50 years that this has actually ever happened. It's just increasingly rare.
And
But
even if they do, you have FDIC insurance up to
that's what he's talking about, the FDIC thing, right? And so within the United States, it's still but it's $250,000.
Right.
If
so that's a
And
Per
then
account.
the government,
yeah,
the government
per account.
bails you out.
Yeah.
that's per bank, meaning you could just separate all your money into like I don't know how many banks you guys have, but all
No,
the
it-
insurance
it's
you can just
per
keep taking.
account.
Right.
Hank was there. It's per account. You could have
Yeah, it's per
50
account.
accounts at that one bank, right? And you just separate it out. But it's still a dumb idea to do, right? Because you have to have paid maintenance fees on all 50 of those accounts.
Right. So yeah, but essentially, I mean, I don't know, man. It's my point is right. If a government forces you to put money within them as the insurance, they better have securities and insurance for that money.
The same reason that you would not want to take like all of your money and stuff it in your accounts, the same reason why you wouldn't want to just take all your money and stuff it into a bank account, right? Regardless of whether you put it in your mattress or put it in the bank, right? It's going to devalue out from underneath of you. It's a really bad idea.
Working. Yeah, money's not working.
Yeah, you it's just a really bad idea to do. And just this,
So I have a question. Do you pay capital gains on government bonds? Do you pay tax on government bonds?
No,
not necessarily. It depends. Like there's a lot of questions not being asked there to actually answer that. It's both a yes and no.
Okay, so it depends.
Yeah, it depends on a lot of things actually. But don't think that there's like any one way. Capital gains tax, you're going to get nailed, right? Capital gain, there's always a case that capital gains you're going to get hit with it one way or another. But the general rule is the easier your income is, at least I call it a rule of thumb. The easier it is for you to make that income or that surplus of income, right? The easier it is, you're going to get hit with that capital gains tax, just as a general rule for policy. So like if you're investing in Bitcoin or some bullshit, right? And then you cash out and then take that money back, yeah, you're going to get nailed for it.
But how would they know if you have Bitcoin account?
You better
unless you Coinbase, the regulated,
Let
system.
me tell you about the IRS. Here's the problem with the IRS. You can absolutely cheat the IRS and get away with it for up to about 7 years. Just how people get fucking nailed, right? Because they do it like, let's just hypothetically say I'm gonna fudge the paperwork a little bit, right? Not a lot, right? Just a little bit. I'm gonna fudge the paperwork and move some numbers around, kind of thing, right? And I'm not gonna get busted the first year. And I'm going to think, oh, well, yeah, they didn't show up. They didn't do anything, right? Most IRS audit, or at least investigations are usually 7 years backlogged, which is also about the same time that they show up, right? You can cheat the IRS for a little while, right? But it is inevitable they're going to come and catch up with you. They're just generally backlogged most of the time.
Yeah,
okay.
And also people don't know how to fudge numbers. So basically, 1s and 2s are supposed to be more frequent than 7s and 8s, and people don't know this, so it makes it kind of easy as soon as they get enough numbers.
Right, I see. Okay, that makes sense. I think for me, right, I made a mistake by not, doing my taxes in the most efficient way. So I had to pay, a large number of corporate tax, and I'm a poor person, so that's how.
Yeah, now that's a bad idea. You can get away with not filing income tax in the United States, right? Just say goodbye to your fucking Social Security. Not that that's going to matter, right? Like your Social Security at retirement's not going to fucking keep you. It's not going to take care of you very well, right? Like you need something else invested.
If you're poor in the United States, you get all your freaking income tax back. So you should file if you're poor.
Yeah,
right.
But you're incentivized to file, I guess. Like if you're looking at it that way, if you're living like month to month, most people don't give a shit one way or the other. However, right, that inaccuracy of, oh, I didn't file for like 10 years and then all of a sudden you did. Yeah, that's going to be a problem for you.
Yeah, of course.
Right. It's always the case, and it's usually how it operates within the United States, right? It's always the case that you did something for a certain period of time, you thought it was okay, or you thought it got away with it, or you thought you didn't have to, right? And then a period of time later, I'm saying 7 years, shit comes back to bite you in the ass, especially when you end up doing something different, and especially if you generated any type of revenue that just all of a sudden hit the books.
Yeah,
you never want to get audited within the United States. That shit, I don't care whether it wasn't even your fault. An audit is trouble all the way around. It's an automatic trigger for an audit the next year.
Yeah, of course.
All right,
that makes.
I'm going. Bye. Nice conversation. Bye.
Okay,
Take care,
bye.
man.
Yeah. So Binyamin, how does it feel to rule the world under a secret cabal?
Fuck, I'm jealous.
He might have fallen asleep.
All right. I thought I'm gonna make a racist joke there about them, but
sorry, what's going on? What do you guys
There
say?
you are. Did you?
I said, how does it feel to rule the world under a secret cabal?
Oh, I wouldn't know. I'm not part of them. They kicked me out.
Oh, really? Oh, that sucks.
Yeah, the secret cabal. Yeah, I've never heard of them. Even they're so far away from me. I don't even know they exist.
Damn.
A failed Jew. Can you believe this shit?
Yeah.
Right. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. So either the cabal doesn't exist, or I have no clue who they are.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Ashkenazis are one of my favorite groups to study. I think they're very unique in some things that I've learned a lot from them. Great scientists, all that kind of good.
Yeah, we've got also what's his face, the pedophile in the U.S.
I mean, all this stuff.
Weinstein,
Einstein.
Yeah,
as long as there's Stein in there, then
and Diddy.
Yeah.
Oh, he's Jewish as well.
Sure, we'll go with that.
Yeah, but no, for real though, right? Like, how did such a small group become like all the Nobel Prize winners, like in science? That's crazy.
Oh,
yeah.
Creativity is built into their religion.
No,
I mean, it's really like all the Nobel Prize winners are not all, obviously, but a lot.
25%.
Catholics too, yeah.
25% of Nobel Prize.
Yeah, 25%. When you're only like 2% of the whatever, less than 2% of
0.2%.
Sorry, 0.2% of the world. That's freaking amazing.
Struggle and strife.
Yeah.
But
Maybe
it's really what it
others
boils
could
down
be-
to.
Yeah, maybe others could represent their cultures better if they weren't in the Stone Age.
Wouldn't just be the Stone Age, right? Like, apparently you got to have people on your ass wanting to kill you, genocide you, beat the crap out of you, chain you up, right? Like, you need the struggle and strife, otherwise you get no innovation. This is why I said war is inevitably good. That's where all of the innovations come from. Well, not all, but most.
Yeah, but also, I mean, you kind of have to have a high IQ. I mean, us Africans, some of that stuff's happened to us, but our average IQ is 70, right? Like, mine is like 79, for example, which is tail end.
There's no such thing as an average IQ being anything other than 100. 100
Yeah,
is the
strictly.
definition of an average
Well,
IQ.
Right. So, okay, well, put it this way, right? Well, yeah, okay, but that's a bad argument, right? Like, the 101 is the European standard, right? Like, European score around 100. They're used as the baseline. Africans doing the same test, we score, for us, if we aggregate our results, it's 70 something. So we're pretty low.
Yeah, but the IQ was statistically developed by European eugenicists, European American eugenicists, so I wouldn't trust that number.
Sure, but then, I live in Africa. I know how these Africans reason. That number isn't far off. It's not far off. I mean, you
Yeah,
know,
so one of the other things is I don't think IQ test is a perfect way to test intelligence. I think it's a specific kind of intelligence. And yeah, maybe Jews do better in IQ tests. I don't know what the statistics are.
but it's the kind of intelligence that matters in the modern world. That's the point.
Yeah, does it matter though?
Well,
Uh,
in
yeah.
economics, it does.
Yeah.
No, well, here's the thing. There's like plenty of people who claim to have high IQs to make really, really stupid decisions. So
That's true. Yeah.
Sure, but Hank, that's like individual based. So, okay, put it this way, right? If you compare two countries, the average IQ of one country is like 110, then the other one is 70. Across multiple social games, there's just nothing that the average 70 IQ country can do to catch up to the 110 IQ country. The 110 IQ will just be better run, even if they make mistakes. They'll just accidentally be more right than the other country. So, I mean, the IQ for me explains why all black countries in the world are shitholes, and the white countries are, you know, the rich countries.
unless they're a genocidal maniac country, then they'll get sanctioned and punished nearly out of existence.
Yeah, I'm sure there's that is definitely an important question. Like there's a lot of people that try to discuss that question because it is something that you're noticing something correct there, that there is like a difference between first world and third world countries, and what is the reason for that?
Corruption.
Maybe, yeah, maybe, or
Yeah.
like well, I think what Josh is saying a lot of the time is they have a lot of easy life, I guess, not in terms of maybe against other tribes, but more against how they cultivate the land. Like the land is just very generous, I guess. I don't know. There's no winter that they have to store for. They can always harvest. So
Yeah, and that's
easier
what
life.
Right.
No reason to get out of the Garden of Eden if you know.
Yeah. So Benjamin, right? I'll be more precise, right? I have a theory, right? It's called Zaman, right? I call the black man the Zaman. The Zaman is actually incapable of abstraction. They can't abstract. They're literally unable to abstract. It's not possible. They can't think of the future. The future does not exist for the Zaman, actually. Literally does not exist. They live only in the present. Right. So, you know, if you have a whole group of people that only live in the present, they don't see the future, then that people compared to other people across multiple social gains and economics, they will never even be at the same level. They'll always be behind and dysfunctional because we as Zamans just are incapable of abstract reasoning. No matter how hard we try, we just can't do it.
Are you sure it's not an ideological thing and it could, or like a cultural thing?
It's
I'm
cultural,
sure
but
capable. Yeah.
Well, it's cultural, but because it's cultural, then we're not capable, right? Let me be precise. In Zamani, right? I don't know if you know about the collective unconscious. Jung's, right? Think of it like a collective unconscious. So all the Zamans alive today share some collective ideals of how they function. Now, the Zaman doesn't have true knowledge by themselves. We don't have generalists. We only have specialists in Zamani, right? Meaning, Hank is the plumber. I am the electrician. There's no individuals who can do both or understand complex systems by themselves. Each individual is like a node. Think of it like a decentralized node of network, like a Bitcoin or crypto network. Each node exists to only deal with what they know specifically. So what that means in the end is there is no generalization for individuals. There's no future sense. We rely on the collective identity of every other node in that network. Now, because every other node in that network has been using the past knowledge, you can't even update, meaning we are fundamentally backwards as a people because that's how our system works. And essentially, it means we're incapable of abstraction. We don't even have the discernment to know when someone's a genius or not a genius. We actually think everybody is the same and equal, right? So
part of what you were describing there, part of what you were describing there is actually very good things. Like you're describing a very unified experience, a unified collective consciousness, which like nations strive to attain to. Like that's a very high level of Yeah, collectivism. So collectivism and its nodes, this node system is present everywhere. Maybe it's just more overt, maybe from in your culture that you know, but it's everywhere present. It's just there's less unity, there's less commonality. So when you have this unified structure, also what you're defining is like, okay, the unified structure is wrong, and we're stuck there. We're not updating,
You
and
can't
that is
update.
a
That's
problem.
the main
Right,
problem.
right. So
Right.
that's a
well,
problem.
this is easy to fix. You need more
It's an
video
ideological
games
thing.
in your society. You need more video games in society. Then people will generalize just to get run over than the next guy.
It's okay. So let me add. Let me add to it. Right, like the lack of update is a real thing. It essentially. Let me give you an example. Like, I don't know if you guys are even really smart enough to understand this concept, but let's try it. Right. Okay. Let's try it. Right. In the West, right, a lot of you guys were taught logos, right? Your history from Romans to Christianity to modernity, right? How you reason. You believe in something called the truth, and you believe that if you work hard using logic and other types of reasoning frameworks, you can reach something close enough to the truth.
Not me. Truth
Not
is
me.
just
Okay.
a feeling.
Okay, fair enough, right? But the society and culture at large believe in those premises. In Zamani, right, on Zaman, we don't actually understand logic itself, right? There is no logic in Zamani. We don't operate using logic at all. We operate using relational networks, right? Like it's a symmetry, meaning it kind of produces results, but it's not logical, right? There's no logic in how it reasons.
No, use vibes. I gotcha.
Yeah, it's like vibes. Yes, it's like vibes, right? There's no logic. So imagine, adopting a system from your colonizers that was based on logic, but you yourself don't even know what logic is. You just, it explains why we're so dysfunctional in so many ways, because we're operationally working within a system that we're not even optimized for. That's essentially one of the issues why Africa is poor, because we're not designed for the system that we're using.
I don't think that's necessarily the issue. It's just vibes is just kind of more fuzzy than logic. So yeah, we derive logic from what you already have.
Okay, so Hank, let me give you an example of logic, right? If you're hungry right now, what are you gonna do? Right? Let's assume you're hungry. What steps are you gonna go ahead?
So I already prepared for this kind of thing. So I have food in the freezer. I'll go find something there and cook it up, and then eat it.
Exactly. Now, if a Zaman is hungry, they won't know to go through those steps. They will be there lost and they will have to engage their whole family of back and forth to figure out the solution for their hunger. They won't know that they have a food in the fridge. They can't just tell you, oh yeah, if I'm hungry, then XYZ solution. So the Zaman is always like has to interact with the whole tribe before they can even have discernment. And notice, they never actually have discernment. It's like an AI, right? Neural network. It's just consensus based. If majority of the people in that network claim X is correct, then, and if X is embodied, there's a potential to embody X, meaning people can experience X, then X is a truth. I'll give you a simple example, right? Like, let's say the tribe is trying to cross a river or go around. Crossing the river is shorter, but it's also dangerous. Around is longer, but it's almost guaranteed. Now, if previously they would have crossed a river, then the consensus goes it's a crossable event. It's not based on logic of, well, how tall, what's the height of the water to the whatever, the shortest child. It's just based on consensus. So we don't actually understand logic.
Yeah, you lack science there. That's the issue. It's not the lack of logic. It's lack of science there. They just say, well, we'll go with what we did last time rather than do a procedure check to verify.
Right. So yes, it is a lack of science, but you see, you cannot develop science in Zamani because you don't actually even understand that logic is a real thing in the world that can be used as a...
Yeah, it's an underdeveloped worldview. It's a very primitive, underdeveloped worldview.
Sure.
If we have strong wind there, they probably use logic.
Yeah, I know, Hank. I know you're trying to save the Africans, but we really can't use logic. Like even I don't really have very good logic, right? Because I'm a Zaman. Even my logic fails.
I don't necessarily want to say that, but I just want to put on a new man.
I think you might be right. You don't have you still have access to logic. You're I think you're like an SEFE or something. Weird enough.
Right.
I think you have but you have access to logic. You have a worldview. You have an internal truth.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we're at Zamans we are exactly that. SEFE, right? Everything is real, embodied, real time. So okay, so it's not logic. SE is more like a symmetry. It's like a truth symmetry. It's a way of knowing by engaging with something directly using your body, right? Like embodiment. But it's not like you're not deconstructing around you. You're just understanding enough to engage with it. Meaning it's always going to be real time. But you're not going to be able to strategize, to plan for future events. I'll give you a very simple example, right? In East Africa, especially the northern parts of my country, there's just droughts all the time. They know there's going to be more droughts. They know the animals are going to die. It's just knowledge, right? But they can't hedge against it to build aquifers or water. They don't even know water is a solution to drought. They're still in this kind of weird woo. The drought is coming. It's like it's a mystified God, almost like the God is there. Oh, there's this event that happens. It's called drought. No, ninja, it is called lack of water. You literally have a lake over there. Build aquifers, like dig them up and have wells, and the drought won't even happen. But they just woo. All they'll tell you climate change, bro. It's got nothing to do with climate change. Just have the water there, and that's what I mean. Like we don't have the capacity to abstract and come to very basic solutions. It's just not part of our DNA.
So here's the thing. We don't either, but certain people, individuals do. And we have just enough leverage that we can go ahead and build something. So we don't either, but certain people like you do.
Good. So Hank, you're right. But here's the difference between white societies versus Zaman, right? You guys at least have discernment to know that there are some people who are just better than everybody else. In Zaman, we think everybody's equal, right? For example, someone like me, right? Let's assume I'm, I don't know, like a very rich businessman, and some other random dusty over there, right, sweeping the floor. To the Zamans, we're the same. We have equal chance of portraying our ideas, and then the group will decide what the best idea is. That's now the flow in Zamani.
Yes.
We don't have the right. Right. That's the problem. We don't have discernment to know. Yeah, some people just are generally better at certain things. We don't have that discernment.
Yes.
So you guys, go ahead.
Yes, communism is your issue, and you need to do the needful.
Right. So yeah, that's now you'll ask people, well, why is Africa poor? They'll tell you bullshit like colonialism or what's the other one? Corruption. Yeah, those things. Corruption is part of it, but we're corrupt because we can't abstract. Right. When someone steals money from the government, they actually think it won't affect them or the country in the future. They just think they're just doing a small thing. They've been charged to build a road, but they steal all the money from the road. They don't even do what Europeans do, which is take some money but still build a road. They will just do nothing. I actually think it's fine.
How about you go ahead and find the person and bury them under the road? So you don't pay the road with the money, you pay the road with your body.
Well, that's what China does, right? And that's why there's very little, this kind of corruption in China. But Africans won't do that. That's the problem. But yeah, so essentially, Binyamin, I was just saying, your people are like the opposite end of and then we are on the other opposite end of maybe we're kindred spirit, yin and yang.
Maybe, yeah, maybe yin and yang.
Yeah, maybe we should invite you guys to come over.
Well, last time we were over there, we were slaves in Egypt. So.
Well, at least you build. That's how you learn how to build things. Experience.
That's true. Teacher. That's true.
And then now you come back. You're better than us. You're building oasis in the middle dust.
Hopefully, it's a rising tide that all ships can benefit from.
Yeah.
There we go with everybody's invited to the barbecue again. No. Not everybody's. No. There is no benefit for everybody.
No, we keep the best stuff for ourselves, but they can have last year's trash.
Oh, we're just talking about like leaving some cookie crumbs. I'm okay with that.
But I mean, cookie crumbs is better than what they had before.
I mean, Binyamin, what's your IQ? Right, mine is it's north of 89.
Interesting. Okay. I don't actually know. Yeah,
Mine is pretty high for my country, average.
Yeah, mine was clocked about 120 or so.
Okay,
Nice.
that's high. Actually, way higher than mine. That's like 2 standard deviations higher than mine. That's crazy.
Damn, I'm still trying to contend with this, right? Because it seems like there's actually quite a few countries out there that make horrible consumerists. Like they're just generally bad at it, and I can't figure out why the hell they're any use to us.
You gotta sell more Disney shows. They need more Star Wars.
Exactly. We need more Star Wars, indeed.
No. They're so it's more like instead of buying like flat screen TVs or whatever, let's just say Hollywood. Yeah, I'll take that one too, right? Instead of that, they're basically trying to consume like household or housewares, like pots, pans, things like that. Except for I can't think of any American companies that actually produce like pots and pans. Like even our shit's like made somewhere else, and and that's going to be the Chinese concept, right? Oh my God, we're slipping again, right?
Here's the issue, Josh, right? And let me give context because I've kind of benefited and suffered under the Chinese. There's certain technologies that the Chinese have been able to make significantly cheaper, and the product is either so simple that it's the same quality as German or American products. I can give you a few examples, like the Chinese phones that's retail at $200, $150 are just as good as $500 American phones. However, when it comes to certain technology, I'll give you an example: microphones. Right, I bought a Chinese microphone recently, not the one I'm using right now, the one I was using previously. Now it was so bad, it sounded worse than my whatever headset that I was using previously, and it looks like there's still some things like that the Chinese just haven't managed to make cheap. So I use the Rode NT, like real white man technology right now. So there are just some parts of technology that they haven't caught up in.
Well, yes and no. Now here's the problem, right? So, and this is what I've actually learned recently. Shout out to Grid One if you're paying attention. So like when you say the concept of quality control, there's a slight difference here. It's not that the Chinese can't do it, because they absolutely can, and we demonstrate it within the United States, right? So the idea of cheap quality goods or cheap quality Chinese goods within the United States is kind of not a real thing. An example would be like to be able to manufacture something and sell it within the United States, right? It's legally obligated to pass some form of quality control, because the manufacturer has to take liability for lemons, basically. We call it like based on the lemon law. Now, most people think that's a retail concept, and it technically is, because from the end user consumerism, they pass it back to the retail store that they purchased it from. However, there's a trade agreement that requires the manufacturer to basically pretty much ends up paying all of the returns, shipping, and all that bullshit to put the good back to the manufacturer, so that has to be made whole again, right? So they can. And here's what I found out is China can produce the quality, right? Because they do have a quality control system, but their system is designed specifically to where you can skip this step, right? So if you were to let's hypothetically say you were going to go to China and you're a company, right? But you need China to manufacture a good for you, right? You can also pay for the quality control, right? They have their bare minimum they do, but they do their negotiations in like 3 different levels, right? So like you can get like the bare minimum quality control or the max option or something in between, right? But it's really just based on how much you're willing to pay for them. But quality control is a thing that they actually negotiate and sell as like a service.
Most countries do quality control. Most countries even use the European standards for quality control.
Right. And so that's the concept. So like what you would sell to the United States is not going to be the same level system as to what that same product, same manufacturer would get sold somewhere else, right? You're just basically getting a cheaper cost because you're also, it's not the full reasoning why, or the full factor of it, right? But there is a some type of discount on it based on where it goes. Because
so let me give you
a bigger problem would even be copyright law, because a lot of the stuff they're just copying.
Oh yeah,
and,
true.
And in some countries don't really care about that.
So I mean, there's some kind of very weird issues with, like, practical technical issues with Chinese product. Let's say you buy a Chinese projector, like the thing that projects images on the wall or whatever, and then you buy like a Chinese one of those things to make a TV that's not smart become a smart TV, little box or USB drive, whatever it is. The problem is they both use the exact same radio frequency, so you can't even use that product together. Those kinds of weird glitches like that, right? It's like they're all made by the same exact frequency. They're just copying and pasting, using the exact same software and hardware sort of tweaking, that the two products can't work together. So yeah, that's now the issue with Chinese technology. It's like they have some weird glitches whereby, so you can't use a projector with this other product because they use the same remote and the same synchronization, things like that. Or they make a speaker. The speaker sounds good. Why? Because a lot of people buy speakers and quality is easy to discern. But then the microphone is not that good because they still think microphone just has to be a microphone, a functional product. But they're not thinking about the bass or the mids. It's just a dysfunctional product because the use case scenario is so small. So yeah, I would say Chinese products are pretty good, but they have some weird glitches.
Yeah. Well, here was my contention with more like the previous concept of it. So why I said some countries are just so, I'm calling it useless on consumerism, and really what I mean is that their consumerism, let's just hypothetically say it's like based on utensils or pots and pans, right? The concept of quality control within these areas doesn't really matter, right? Like they just don't flat out really mostly don't exist, right? How long do you need a fucking pot to actually last, right? And it's really like, if we're just using pressed aluminum, right? They can manufacture like thousands of these things within a couple hours, and it's fucking aluminum, right? Like, okay, it'll last over an open flame, no problem, right? Like, unless you're sticking it into a forge or some shit, right? Like, it's really not much of a problem, so there's no need for quality control. But there's a lot of these countries that only consume goods like those, right? We can't really contend with that in any format or another. And that's why they're like countries that have these like low concepts of consumerism don't actually directly benefit from us. And I call these like useless countries for trade. What are you making, $1? Right? There's just nothing there, and it's not beneficial to us, aka the United States, in this concept.
How dare they not benefit you?
You're goddamn right. Like, I no offense, right? But I'm a corporatist, right? Like, I value other groups based on what I can for business trade. Like, I'm literally the definition of like, United States corporatist world, right? This is like my perception here. And that's actually the metric I use for people groups, right? If I can't find any type of use, and it's weird because I'm almost usually pretty damn good at finding use for even an enemy. Even you can take an enemy and find value in them by throwing them at a different enemy, right? It's just, what is? But it's a use, right? But we're talking about like in terms of corporatism or consumerism, like I can't find use for them because we can't really contend with it. What are we going to do? Hire a bunch of toddlers, at like, whatever it is to stamp pots, right? Even under that, I don't think we could actually manufacture it cheap enough to actually do any good for them. So I consider these low consumerism rate countries to ultimately be of no use to us.
Well, China's going to develop a lot of good surveillance technology that you might want to use, how you can track large populations of people and their credit scores.
Well, we already did that, right? So
Yeah,
that was one of the things that we fucking nailed it wrong for. That's why they had a ban on HP computers, was because that stupid ass fucking printer driver was actually, well, apparently, right? Like that's how we ended up fucking spying on them,
right?
So I mean, like, and hell, that was God, wasn't that like the late 80s or some shit, right?
Yeah.
That's old school shit, right? Right now we have to, I guess the focus is dominating on okay, so we don't manufacture too much of anything. Right? Now we hold well, from an authoritarian position, let's say it's control on patents and things like that, right? To access to technology, sure, things like that. We lease out our military, or at least in this case, our Navy on protecting shipping lanes, right? Like we'll literally lease our own military out to whoever wants to, pay the protection fee kind of thing, kind of like a mob boss thing. We're really good at this shit. We just cannot contend with these other countries that have the low grade, I'm calling it low grade consumerism. There's like literally nothing we can really do.
So let me ask you a question, right? When consumerism, okay, so I think there is one way you guys can compete, and I think you're already doing it, which is subscription model, right? Like, because essentially, if you have to subscribe to everything, then you'll always be consuming because you can't consume enough, right? It's like the bottomless pit kind of analogy. If you guys, for example, kind of maintained ownership of your land and property for real, then you could argue that there's a time where you just kind of get stalemate because people don't really want anything else because they have a lot. But at the moment, everything is subscription based. So,
I mean, you guys will always have Coca-Cola.
First of all, Coca-Cola shit. It doesn't even taste the same in each country. I don't know why this is. I guess what does corn syrup taste different depending on what country it comes from? I have no idea.
I think it's the sugar levels, right? Because the West, you guys have like anti-sugar sort of, thing.
What?
In countries, it tastes more sweet in general. Like if you drink Kenyan or Nigerian Coke, it's just sweet, like really sweet.
Oh, it could be the case, right? I swear up and down it has something to do with the corn syrup, right? Like where the corn syrup comes from, right?
Sugarcane obviously has a much more sweet kind of. It's again much better than sugarcane or beet, sugar from beet. You're right, different flavor profile. That's also true. Yeah.
And you also have the American dollar, which everybody trades in across the world. So.
Yeah, I think that's your greatest advantage. Actually,
I don't actually think it's the trade part that makes the big difference. What I've noticed, let's see here. I think I'm at 47 or 48 countries, right? But I noticed like a lot of people, they do like secondary accounts in US dollar. It's that the private citizen is actually holding, because like say here, like in Vietnam, right? There's so many fucking zeros on their dollar bill or on their bills, right?
Right. Yeah.
The money's just fucking useless. Devalues out from underneath of you like crazy. So what they do is they utilize another currency. Now, why they predominantly use US dollar, I guess I don't even know how the hell they're getting their fucking access to it.
Also, I think all oil has to be traded for the dollar. I heard something like that. Oil has to be bought with dollars.
Yes, but again, only the countries that, apparently like choose to fucking not be sanctioned, right?
Right.
But the thing that props up our dollar isn't that other governments are buying and selling it. It's actually that their citizens are actually using it for storage. So that in itself is just a form of protection, and I think that's what matters, right? Because if our dollars, like if at home our dollar is just going to belly up one day, so is everybody else, and we're taking their with us. So it's in their best interest to also protect our dollar. Get the point, right? And you're not relying on the government, right? Because fuck them, right? You got the backing of the people. You expect them to operate in their best interest.
You also have their debt. You're loaning them money, so
Yep.
you own their debt.
Yep. So like, I mean, we can fuck with people like in that format or another, right? I think that's actually a lot more important than like trading in, let's just say, the petrodollar or some shit like that. Or at least that is the thing that I'm claiming that props us up more than anything. But goddamn fucking consumer countries. Now I'm sitting here thinking about, you know what, Kai, you're going to have to step up in Africa, right? You're going to have to start shaming people for buying fucking cheap ass fucking, shitty ass low quality. Use the term low quality.
Yeah. Tell them to use 3 months. Yeah. Tell them to use 3 months of their salary to pay for a phone.
No, not even to pay for a phone, right? Like we make some fucking what they call luxury. It's the same stamped fucking aluminum pot, right? But we're gonna put some Teflon on the top of it, right? And it's name brand, right? You need to get in there and start fucking selling some brands, right?
Yeah, that's what they need. They don't need toilets. They need to buy brand name stuff.
Let them fucking continue to shit in holes. I don't give a shit, right? But buy our fucking pots. God damn it!
Yeah, I mean, no one else can afford it. That's the point, right? Like,
did you just hear that? Did you just hear that the Jew over here, pocket watching here, right? Fucking blocking my dollar, right? It's one thing to be cock blocked by D5, right? But now he's blocking my wallet on top of it. God.
Hey, I mean,
this is why he doesn't know about the Kabbalah, right there, right? I now I understand why he got thrown the fuck out.
Yeah, there you go.
No, but I've read the Bible, right? The Bible is clear about who rules the world and who the world belongs to. So,
God. That's what the Bible says. The Bible says God.
Well, sure, right? But it also says, the Jews are the
it also says we ain't the chosen people neither. We're Gentiles.
You guys are just goyim. A goyim should be should know what their place.
That's right. How dare you talk to me that way, Goyim?
Hey, like I said, if God favors you guys, right? I mean, there's got to be a clear reason why you don't really. I don't seem to run into too many poor Jews, right? So I need some Jewish friends.
Yeah, but Jews also go through a lot of Holocaust and persecution and stuff, so it's
that's okay. During the times of not getting persecuted or not getting gassed, right? We can be friends, right? But you can keep the whole genocide thing. I don't really want that for my side.
Yeah, no. So I think the chosen term is not really understood very well, or you're seeing it as being favored, which is very different. But it's more like, okay, we all have a mission, and really the mission is the entire world. It's not just one group over another group. It's like everything. The Bible starts with Adam for a reason. So it's
well, I hate to tell you, right? So the land of Protestantism within the United States, right? It's not Adam and Eve. It's clearly Adam and Steve, because all these fucking rainbow flags we have over there, right? So, I hate to say it, but we've kind of modified some belief systems here. Ain't worked out so well for us.
Actually, Adam and Steve was fine. Right now we have Steve and Stephanie. It's getting worse.
Steve became Stephanie. Yeah. No. Adam and Steve was absolutely not okay, because here's the concept, right? Once you open a fucking door to a thing, you never get that damn thing closed again, ever.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. But if you have an added responsibility, what you get is an added responsibility. If you're like the older child, always has a higher responsibility over the younger children. It's really more like that. It's
right. Yeah, but again, okay, I get your point, right? Even Adam and Steve wasn't okay, right? But now Steve became Stephanie. So, You guys are dealing with some deep spiritual shit, man. Like, you think in Africa you're gonna be like, "Mommy, I believe I'm a girl." No one's gonna even understand what you're saying. Sometimes it's good to be a Zaman. They'll be like, okay.
Well, like I said, I think we're even exporting that. Shout out to all the embassies flying the fucking rainbow flag right next to the U.S. flag. Freaking dicks.
They are exporting that. I don't know where the source of that is. It's a really weird ass ideology.
It's a network company called Voice of America. Yeah, we called it propaganda up until I think 2014. I forget when Obama fucking or basically changed that law on there, where it wasn't allowed to be aired on U.S. soil, right? But that and then Voice of America is mostly propagated through the Department of State, aka through all your U.S. embassies.
It's all over the world too, though. It's not just in the U.S.
Yeah. We export it.
Well, I think it's in Europe. It was in Europe too for a while.
Well, yeah. So we exported almost everywhere, right? And somebody could make the claim like, "Oh, well, look at Thailand," right? Because I think what was it? I think 7-8 years ago, they ended up ranking number 4 in medical procedures, only because they had like the whole gender reassignment surgery, like they had
Brazil
the record breaking.
Pretty high.
Yeah.
Apparently.
So, but the difference is, at least within Thailand, right, their lady boys actually don't lay claim to being women, right? They just say, "Well, I'm a lady boy," right? Like they don't take it that far.
Thailand and actually a lot of parts of the world, it's more actually it's a social economic kind of thing, right? It's a social game because of economic benefit. In America, it's like a spiritual, existential, weird shit. So that would be the main difference.
Oh yeah, gay dude like basically taking breast implants just so they can like work within the sex industry.
It's for money. It's economics.
Well, Jesus,
they're not actually crazy, right?
Shout out to Annie for not fucking doing happy ending extra services, right? Like, I mean, hell, okay, so we've got one over there that's fucking making a little bit more moral stances. It just ain't enough. Miss Annie, do you mind if we borrow your dog and train it to, I don't know, be a vicious canine, maybe inject it with a little bit of rabies, right? I know a couple in, blue leaning cities that I would absolutely love to, turn the dog loose on.
Yeah, I don't know how trainable she is. She's you could try. I don't know.
I think rage goes with rabies, right? Like, I don't really think maybe the training might be a little emphasized that we don't really need it, right? We could start with Minneapolis, right? Like we could just just turn the dog loose and see if we can correct some behavior.
Well, you're trying to train some bitches now, Josh.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously, right? Like, if you can't train one, you train the other. This is what you got.
I'm sure you'll find another solution, Josh.
I can only work with the tools that I have in my hand here. Come on, man. I'm sorry.
Like badgers would be good at that.
Yeah, my name's Joshua, not Usua, right? Like, I'm not Jesus here, right? I don't do miracles. I can only work with stuff I got in my hand here. And right now, I think I might have access to her dog, right? That's it. Jesus Christ. This is the problem with Ty.
I have 2 of them too. There's another one over here.
Oh, that's okay. That's even better, right? Like, that's 2 streets I could take out.
Yeah, how much you pay? I'll rent you my dogs.
Rabies isn't curable, is it?
No.
I don't know about the leaf thing, right? I don't know how that's going to work.
You can't take a vaccine against it, though, I think.
Yeah, well, they are vaccinated. Yeah, they're vaccinated, but like if a person gets rabies, it's usually not reversible. It's usually 100% death. Yeah. Yeah. But they're vaccinated, so they can't get it.
So on this rental agreement, right? But do the dogs have to be returned in the exact condition that they were obtained in?
They're just not very vicious. You probably want a different breed, get some German Shepherds or something.
What's gonna be German Shepherd? I had a German Shepherd. Actually came from a military base. My fucking house got robbed because that little bastard. just sat there and wagged his tail. I'm almost sure he probably invited the robber in. Fucking asshole dog.
Yeah, that's what these guys would do. They would just be
Hey,
like,
hey,
"Oh,
hey.
hi, who are you?"
Hank, replace stop being the stereotypical black and change the fucking battery in your fire or your smoke detector, please.
That's not my smoke detector. That's my alarm clock. Let me get that.
You see this crap, Kai? You see the shit we have to deal with in the U.S., man? This place is fucking hard living, I'm telling you.
So what time is it, Hank? Like, is it morning? Do you have to go work for the white man, or what's going on?
I actually should head to bed. It's late for me, but I appreciate you guys jumping on. Well, always welcome to come back.
It is 5:45 in the morning for me.
Oh wow! All right.
You're
But I'm
12 hours away from me. It's 5:45 in the afternoon for me.
Yeah, you're on the East Coast, so I'm just on the other side of the planet.
Yep.
I'm over here in Commieville.
Enjoy.
Hey, I mean, you're the the little military remnant to keep up.
Well, I told you, right? Ever since we apparently lost this war, right? I came back over here and said, "Fuck this shit," right? Like I'm not gonna let that slide, right? I'm gonna come over here and colonize their ass. I just got to one, and that was it. I thought I was gonna breed them out, right? I just
Hank, are you gonna stick around?
I did. Oh, go ahead.
Nah, it's probably best to end it.
All right.
It's long enough. It's like 5 hours.
Yeah, it was a
Yeah.
good one. All right,
Yeah,
later,
it
guys.
really was.
Take
Bye.
care, man.